coverage here on ESPN Plus, alongside five-time PGA Tour winner Mark Wilson. I'm Eric Rothman. Joanna Coe on the ground at Aronimink, walking with our group. And we take a look at hole number 3, this par 4, where our players wound up. Both Hovland and Lowry safe in the fairway. Hovland a 341-yard bomb, and Colin Morikawa's tee shot trickling just into the rough on the left side. And Mark, you know, I was following Michael Kim on Twitter, one of my favorite follows on the PGA Tour, and he was talking about his practice rounds earlier this week, and he defined the rough as patchy. Basically, there are some spots, as we've seen here today with Lowry, where you're perfectly fine. Others, he said, if you find a bad lie, he had trouble, he said, advancing it beyond 100 yards. And that's kind of what we saw from Hovland in the rough on the previous hole. And now we'll find out from Joanna what Colin's lie is here in the rough, as he gives a thumbs up on hole number 3.
I would give Colin's lie a C+. Grain is with him a little bit. It is sitting down a touch. With 139, he's probably just going to aim for the middle of the green and try to manage something pin high. We know that over this green is no bueno, so anything middle to a little bit short is going to be his play, right at the number 3 sign of the TV stand.
Joanna, do you feel like that patchy assessment from Michael Kim is a fair one of this rough?
Absolutely, definitely very patchy. I was walking the golf course yesterday, short right of the screen, extremely patchy. 1 foot, it would be absolutely terrible. Your next foot, manageable. It's just the time of year here in Philadelphia. We were covered in snow 8 weeks ago, not even.
Covers 5 or 6.
Or do you think he even landed like shorter and just kind of like have a chase? Right?
Yeah, I think it's going to chase out of this. You can use that slope on the right edge of the tower to kind of get it to go to the right.
You like that other side?
Just pitching it. So you like trying to pitch it if you want.
I like points.
Okay.
Full on, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Like it's sitting down, but it's still like in a light patch.
Yeah, I like this. I think with this one we just commit to being not so that if it doesn't come out great, we still have the angle. But okay, very good.
All right, because pitching wise just seems like I can get it.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So it sounds like he's going with sand wedge here, trying to land it about 10 yards on the green.
And for the front of the green, smart play. Sit right there.
So good.
So
good.
hard to stop it. Is that staying on the green?
Oh,
wow,
yeah, it's
shot.
using that
Great
slope
shot.
ideally. That's exactly what he was trying to fly a little further on the green. It worked out, though, landing it just short and having it trundle up. That he thought that through nicely.
Shane will be up next, 134. Down off his left. This whole location's just a couple paces off that right greenside bunker, but with wedge in hand, he'll have the ability to spin it. One hop, stop. There you go.
Yeah, this is Joanna, just such a tough pin location to really attack and try to get a birdie. You're really forced to play more to the center of the green, and actually where Colin was angle-wise seemed like, even though he was in the rough, probably the better angle of the 3 if you want to use that spine that goes through the middle of the green.
100%, and almost with him being a fader of the golf ball off the tee, that almost plays in your mind a little bit. It's almost a pull on purpose. Hovland 108, probably going to aim just inside Shane's ball. Another one hop stop because he can spin it from the fairway.
Victor's caddy, Shay Knight, coming in to talk to 27th ranked golfer in the world and the 7-time PGA Tour winner.
And there's only really about 10 yards from fringe to where it goes away from him past the hole and downwind. Really hard to stop it.
Just needs to go a little bit. Ooh.
Oh. He challenged it, but it paid off.
That's right. Probably 1 yard short of what he wanted, but got away with it.
Now a good chance for a bounce back.
Tightrope walking for Victor Hovland. Creeps over the bunker on the right side of this green to attack that pin at least as much as you can. So it'll be his second birdie opportunity of the day. He missed his birdie putt on the first hole. You can elevate your game and find a PGA coach near you at pga.com/coach. And, you know, listen, if you're in the Philadelphia area, give Joanna Coe a call.
That's a no-brainer.
Got a couple lessons tomorrow morning, too.
There you go. Not wasting 1 second of the day.
Hey, she wants to make all these golfers get better. You know, try to feed everybody's addiction. All good.
That's right. Grow the game. That's what us PGA professionals do.
Oh, and you guys do such a great job. And one of the great things, Mark, about this tournament every year is getting to talk about the Corebridge PGA professionals who are participating. Of course, probably most notably for the average fan is Michael Block, back once again qualifying for this tournament, but quite a few really talented PGA of America professionals getting a chance to tee it up here with the Tour pros, and we get a chance to profile them as our week rolls on.
And Eric, I got to play in the senior PGA Championship just a few weeks ago where they had 35 PGA professionals there, part of the Corebridge financial team that week as well, including my good buddy. He was the best man at my wedding. I was the best man at his wedding. David Roche, teaching professional up there in Wisconsin, who's won the Teacher of the Year there a few times. It was so fun to reconnect in a competitive environment like that once again. I always joke that, you know, myself being a touring professional, I only have to worry about one person's golf game, whereas PGA professionals, they worry about everybody's golf game. So their job a lot more difficult than us touring pros.
Nobody's job harder than the play-by-play broadcaster, though. You know, that is just putting everybody on my back here, guys. Is Lowry for his birdie, Joanna?
I'd say one of his straighter putts for the day. Tries to wiggle left, tries to wiggle right.
That's back-to-back lengthy putts, Mark, that he's left short. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing here, but hasn't found the pace to get it to the hole, back-to-back holes with a par for him.
But with that said, I mean, something around par is a really good score. So, I mean, even with those couple wayward tee shots, 1 over par through 3 holes, not awful. And at the end of the day, you walk away from Aronimink, especially in the afternoon when the wind's heavier, the greens get a little firmer. You know, something over par is not so bad.
And Morikawa trying to will that ball to stay up on the left side. Instead, drops off to the right. He'll be looking at his second par of the day. The leaders right now, 4 tied in the clubhouse at 3 under par. We talked earlier about how it's been 10 years in a row, Mark, with an American winner at the PGA Championship. Right now, all 4 of our leaders are international players. So,
well, there you go. Maybe it'll change things for sure. You know, mentally, I think that's just that thing as we're getting going. This is a long golf tournament, right? I mean, we're basically, what, 3 of 72 holes into it for these guys. And so it's easy for yourself to get going in the future and thinking about your score. But these guys do such a good job when they're playing well of really just focusing on the one shot they have in front of them. And you never know when you might actually have your best golf at the end of the round, at the end of the week even.
It's a good look for Hovland here. The whole green sloped back to front, but there's a little influence off this bunker, so pretty straight. Moved left, correct?
It did. He looked a little confused by that one.
one of those that goes against the rule of back to front, but again, off that bunker, tiny little slivers on the edges of these greens. Donna Ross will get you.
And some housekeeping left to do for Colin Morikawa. And it'll be 3 pars for our group here at the 3rd. Still yet to see a birdie from our threesome. One over par for all of our players as Morikawa looks back at the hole in disgust as he chomps on that gum. Moving to the par 4 4th. How about a flyover, Mark Wilson?
453 yards, already 12 birdies today, but the whole playing over par. Another hole like the last where you've got these sets of bunkers on the left that I think a lot of guys are going to try to get into. 260 yards over that first one, and then up to about 340 to the second one. So I think most guys are going to hit driver here, get it down. The wind today is kind of off the right, so we'll see what these faders like to do. Hole location tucked over there on the left-hand side. The ridge there that you see kind of those arrows showing shows you how difficult it's going to be to get it close to the hole. Anything just a little bit past the hole is going to want to go over the green. Anything short is going to get repelled down to the lower level.
Birdies, 65 pars, and playing just over par on the day.
This is a good one. Little draw, wind off the right.
Back-to-back fairway finders for Shane Lowry after his first 2 tee balls of the day went into the gallery.
They had enough of the people, right? Just kind of hang out here with me and my caddy is what Shane Lowry's thinking.
Well, Joanna knows you don't want to tick off the Philadelphia sports fans by continuing to hit the ball into them.
This starts left, wind pushing it more left, needs to cover that bunker. It does. Sorry I couldn't hear you earlier. We have the Goodyear blimp right above our heads.
I was just saying, Joanna, that Shane Lowry has, the first couple tee shots he hit into the gallery, you don't want to test the Philadelphia sports fans. You don't want to make them mad by continuing to hit into them.
Yes, not at all. Are they going to start treating you like Cowboys fans? This one's starting on the left side. Should be good.
As long as it cleared that bunker, but by his reaction, I think he thinks it didn't, but it did. So good news. Colin will be pleasantly surprised when he gets up there.
So all 3 players safe here on the par 4 4th. Still searching for our first birdie of the day. Leaders in the clubhouse at 3 under par.
Okay, I gotta admit, Philly fans can be a tad over the top. No! That's because they're passionate about their town and their teams. Big hearts make big demands.
This ain't gonna be the last time we're partying on Broad Street.
Players will hear it when they fall short, and they will feel the love. The deep, unfiltered kind when they come through for the fans of Philadelphia.
The Philadelphia sports fans, I'll let you know what they think. And I'm sure they will be noisy this weekend as we come down the stretch. 4 players, 67 on the card today, including Aldrich Potgieter and Steven Yeager, and the chef, Minwoo Lee. Shane Lowry in the fairway here on hole number 4. All 3 players in our group 1 over on the day. It seems like Lowry has moved on from his frustrations with the driver and has found a couple fairways in a row now, chatting with his caddy Darren Reynolds. And Joanna, I know this is a crowded course, some shared greens and tee boxes. How does the pace feel so far in round number 1?
Little stuffy so far, to be expected in the afternoon of a major. You know, it's one of the smaller properties you're going to get in suburbs of Philadelphia. And the great thing about walking some of these classic golf courses is green to tee right there, great walk. But with crowds like this and, you know, grandstands and ropes in the way, it gets a little difficult, a little stuffy at times.
But Joanne, I certainly love the feel of these old style golf courses where you can get around in a 3 or 4-some in a little over 3 hours if you're one of the first groups, not in a major championship, but when you're just playing, unlike some of the new designs that are through neighborhoods and you've got 100, 200-yard walks sometimes that are built for golf carts. Kind of just takes away from, I think, what the game was really originally meant to be. So I certainly love going to classic courses like this.
Exactly, and places like this and my home of Marion, pace of play is enforced. It's expected to be 4 hours, but you can walk these golf courses in less than 4 hours, especially if you're in a foursome. So it makes it so enjoyable, and that's really how the game was designed to be played, like you said. It's just absolutely, it's a great exercise. You're in nature. Weather like this just can't get any better.
Yeah, putting your clubs over your shoulder and going walking a late night as the sun comes down is something I remember doing as a young kid, and I still like doing it. And also in this area too, really supportive of youth caddy programs, Evans Scholars programs, stuff like that, where really are helping introduce kids that maybe wouldn't play golf or know much about golf into golf through caddying.
Absolutely. Strong chapter of the First Tee of Philadelphia has a great caddy academy here. So we have caddies from that at Marion. Same with Aronimink. Great opportunities for Evans Scholars and to really just catapult them for the rest of their life. Larry here, 177. Wind off the right, hole location on the left. So he's going to start this a bit right in between number 4 of the TV tower and the flag.
And there's one of those ridges that's going to repel the golf ball towards the center of the green. So when they put these hole locations over on the sides, a lot of times you're going to be kind of putting up and over, but still a sensible play. I mean, when you're back there at 177, it's tough to take dead aim at this hole location.
Absolutely. Smart play. Hovland, 156. So probably a club or a club and a half shorter. So it makes that a little easier to attack if he wants. Held something off, but we tugged it probably in between clubs. Hope everyone's okay over there.
Man, wide miss to the left. Obviously trying to hit that fade or whatever, but obviously that was a double cross.
It looked like something off speed, you know, maybe hit a little too much club and try to take something off of it, and it's really easy to tug it. Colin here, 145. Wind is blowing. kind of discussing some things, but again, safe play. Hard to get on that little knob with this left hole location.
Talked about the short walk from green to tee box. Victor might be over there on the 5th tee box.
Amongst the Eagles fans. Just smart play.
Yeah, sometimes you just kind of take what the course gives you instead of trying to push it. Obviously, a lot of holes in this golf tournament. You don't have to be super aggressive. You never know when you might roll in a 30-foot putt. But it takes patience and discipline to do that, especially for a guy like Colin who's over par early in his round.
Exactly. You're kind of going through hole locations before the round, knowing which ones you can attack and which ones you got to roll in a 30-footer and take a birdie or par when you can get them.
And he talks about acceptance when he won his PGA Championship, for instance, back in 2020. He remembers missing the green from the middle of the fairway on the very first hole in the final round with a pitching wedge into a greenside bunker. But he had such a good mindset that week, he recalls, that he said, you know what, I'm going to accept that. That's just where it went. Okay, let's just go ahead and focus on the next shot. And that is just that fine line between when players are able to go ahead and do something historical, like win a major championship, or they're just down there, you know, finishing 40th, missing the cut. You know, all of a sudden you have that mindset of poor me. Like, I can't believe I just did that. What am I doing? And then you go ahead and make bogey instead of Colin able to get that ball up and down at the first hole and eventually win that PGA Championship.
Well, like Roy Casella in Field of Dreams, walking through the corn. That is what Victor Hovland is doing here, pushing through the people, trying to find his golf ball.
We have Daniel Berger about to hit on 5.
We got a couple of fans without tickets up there on the fence, eh? Well done, boys. That is showing initiative.
Now, while we have a moment here waiting for the group in front of us to tee off so Victor Hovland can hit, let's check back in with the 2024 PGA of America Teacher of the Year, Joe Howlett. And Joe, what'd you see from that off-speed swing from Victor Hovland that missed wide left?
Well, like you said, it's Field of Dreams, walking through the corn right there. But I love what Joanna said, too. Those off-speed shots are so difficult. And here's the reality of it. Whether you're playing in the PGA Championship or your club championship, under pressure, it's really hard to slow down and have something good happen. There are some ways to take some things off of it for the average player that may help. Things such as simple as you could narrow your stance. You can grip down on the club a little bit. That makes the swing effectively a little bit shorter. You can try and take a 3/4 swing or have less wrist in the swing. Regardless, if you do these things, you can get in there, swing at it fairly firmly like you normally do, and take a little something off of that shot. If you go off speed, you might find yourself off the beaten path, unfortunately, a little bit. Try the other ways and see if it doesn't help you.
Appreciate it, Joe. And I think that's, you know, speaking as an amateur myself, that Joanna, that deceleration always seems to throw amateurs off. As Hovland recovering and nearly holing out as it skips through and now down to the bottom of the front edge of that green.
That was Hovland's super flop. It's just you have to take your medicine and make sure that you have a putt for par. But on the topic of deceleration, I found with my students and in clinics, it's really a fear of hitting it thin because they know that will uncontrollably roll over the green. So when you get that technique down, understand your low point, understand where you're brushing the ground, it really gives you a lot of confidence to accelerate through the golf ball, because then you can control it with spin and you're hitting your landing spot. So I think for me, I've seen a lot from it's the miss hits, it's the thin shots that they're fearing.
That's true, Joanna. There's something about technique and being able to figure out some technique that you can rely on to have confidence in, to be able to go ahead and then develop the mental confidence to go ahead and trust to what you have out there. If you don't have technique that's going to repeat itself, it is easy to feel your heartbeat get up and not trust yourself, and then do the opposite of what you don't want to happen. Like you said, if you're fearing the thin shot, you're probably going to chunk it. If you're fearing the chunk shot, you're probably going to thin it instead of relying on some sound technique.
Precisely. Hovland electing to leave the pin in here, navigating a slope that's 4 or 5 degrees uphill. This is going to drift ever so slightly to his left on the top of this shelf.
One of these up and overs. You know, it's one of those where it's up for a while and then it kind of flattens there at the top. It's so much easier when it's just kind of always uphill the entire way, but looks like he's going to minimize the damage. It's still kind of really frustrating for a player, though, when you hit a good tee shot and you've got just a wedge in hand that you're going to walk away with a bogey, but you got to just accept that. Like I said, Colin Morikawa talks about.
Exactly. Colin rushed in there to see that line, so we got a sneak preview here.
Certainly gave it enough. Connects with the stick, drops in the hole.
It was a good
Here we go. Let's open it up.
There we go. First birdie for our group today.
Man, he was at the Haas Business School there out in California there and got his degree in that. So certainly got a degree in paying attention to someone on a similar line as he did there with Victor's par putt. Colin Morikawa, first birdie of our group.
And he's already scouting out the 5th hole. Moves on while the rest of the group finishes. Lowry a birdie opportunity of his own.
It's going to have a little bit more break than Morikawa's and Hovland's putt. Just in the first third, straightens up.
Ooh. Well, I mentioned, Mark, a couple holes in a row where Shane left it short and blew it by the hole on that birdie attempt.
Trying to get it just right, going back and forth a little bit. Now that the kind of the putt that's going to go away from there, a little left to right 4-footer for Shane as he kind of shakes his head just a little bit. But that's, you know, it's one of those where you just got to put it aside and kind of move on. That's easier said than done, though, especially when you're hitting 2 strokes in a row in your group. Sometimes you can feel a little bit rushed. So usually I would almost deliberately take an extra deep breath, walk just a hair slower as I'm reading this putt or getting up to it, just to remind myself to not get too quick in my technique.
About 3 feet left inside the hole here, left center.
Three pars in a row for Shane Lowry after the opening bogey to start the round. I tell you, Joanna, that 5th tee box kind of seems to be the place where players go, look back at the 4th green in disgust and shake their head at what just happened.
That's right. I mean, it's just, you have a couple good tee shots and only 1 birdie, but that's the beauty of these green complexes. It's not easy to reach these hole locations. Balls are going to careen off and you're going to find yourself with 30-40 footers, and then it's a putting contest from there.
Just embrace the creativity that it takes too. That's the thing I love about undulating, especially fast greens, where you've got to think about the rollout. Where's this ball going to finish as it kind of makes its turn?
Go to our first par 3 of the day, and you can't talk about par 3s in our group without mentioning The aces that Shane Lowry has had in his professional career, maybe the best resume of aces in terms of the holes he's made them on in his career of anybody else on tour. They've done it at 16th Augusta National, did it at the Island Green at TPC Sawgrass, the 7th hole, the 2025 AT&T Pebble Beach, and then this year, a 3rd round ace at the 6th in the Masters.
I mean, seriously? Having those holes in one? That's ridiculous. Couple at Augusta, and then of course the 7th at Pebble's got to be in there.
He also has a couple in his European DP World Tour appearances. Actually made one at the British Masters as well. And so Shane Lowry, could he get a supercharge to his round here on the 5th hole? And it's first Colin Morikawa with 178 yards to the pin.
Winds off the right. This looks like this needs to get up. Okay. Just want to find the correct section of this green. There's 3 distinct sections, and the left side. It'd be nice to give yourself a look on that section rather than navigating some of these extreme slopes on this green.
Hey, Joanne, I heard Gil Hands, who did the renovation, talk about there's like commas up there. I thought that was a cool way to put it. That kind of turns these little ridges that aren't that distinctive. It's just commas up there. And so, of course, this whole location over there on the left side, left of that furthest left comma.
Exactly, exactly. So if you're on the wrong side, all of a sudden 2-putt is difficult. But if you can use these slopes to your advantage, that's how we can make some birdies.
Joanna, is this hole playing a club longer with that wind coming right back into the faces of the players?
Absolutely. And it's swirling a bit right now. It just changed from right to left to right. Just kind of waiting it out. I played with head golf professional Jeff Kitty here late September. He said they added 15 to 20 yards to lengthen this par 3. This is starting right. Wrong comma.
Well, it's the only par 3 that's playing less than 215 yards today at Aronimink, so they're certainly giving these guys maybe a little bit of a break on this hole, but with this green as undulating as it is, I certainly wouldn't want to see it much longer than this.
Exactly. You have to be precise with your irons on this one. Starting right at it, drifting a hair right. Nice.
Yeah, great comeback after that pulled wedge at the last.
So good opportunity for Victor Hovland to claim his first birdie of the day here at 5 as the wind starts to swirl at Aronimink Golf Club in Philadelphia, PA. See where the shot dispersion has wound up today with a highlight of our 3 players. 20 birdies, including Brooks Koepka, who knocked it within 4 feet on his tee shot here at the opening par 3 of the first 9. There are 2 par 3s here on this opening 9 holes, the 5th and the 8th, and just 1 par 5, the 600-yard plus 9th hole. And so Lowry will be away 42.5 feet the distance. And I imagine, Joanna, that, you know, we talked about the commas, the spines, the cambers, whatever you want to call it, with the undulations on these greens, that I have to imagine when you're on the ground as a fan or as a reporter like yourself, it's a lot different than what it appears to be on TV.
Absolutely. TV, no offense, never does it justice. I remember watching the Masters for a million years growing up, and you get there in person, it's just unbelievable. But commas are very extreme on this hole, so he's going down, he's going back up, and traveling to his left.
Oh, and it just wears you out mentally, you know, having 3 to 6 footers on every hole. This will be this basically 3rd one in the first 5 holes that he's got to kind of grind over. Something to be said about having some tap-ins. With that said, you don't want to be too conservative and too tentative that you're just kind of creeping putts near the hole. But still, he's going to have another one of those testers to save par.
Colin up next. A little influence off that front left bunker. Could kick it a hair right. A little spine. Beautifully tucked pin on this left side. There to just confuse players with influence off the bunker, even though, again, it's supposed to be back to front.
23 feet for Morikawa, looking for back-to-back birdies. He'll remain at even par.
Yeah, and he's rolled it fine so far today. You think about the 4 or 5 footer he made for bogey at the second. Yeah, missed it just low at the first hole, but nice putt at the last. That was pretty solid. So Colin's, you know, rolling it nicely, decent speed so far here, even par early in this championship.
And his back looks relatively comfortable. Doesn't look like the swings of the past, but it doesn't look too tight. His gait looks pretty solid. Hovland up next. Should move a little to his left, but nice one to take advantage of here.
He's got that line lined up kind of pretty much maybe left center of the hole. Just feed it down that slope.
He knew it right away, Mark. It just wasn't coming back.
He did. Yeah, it looked like he pulled it just a little bit, and then he was kind of hopeful, and it actually meandered left at the very end. So a couple great opportunities at both 1 and 5 not to be there for Viktor Hovland, and you know, a couple Aaron tee shot at the second and the Aaron second shot the fourth. He's got to kind of walk away thinking this is as high over par as I should be so far.
5 back of the leaders at 3 under par. As now Lowry, not a gimme for his par putt. Three pars in a row coming into this par 3 for Lowry. Said watching his friend Rory McIlroy win the Masters earlier this year after Lowry shot an 80 to fall out of contention on the Sunday. He said to go out there and hug Rory and congratulate him as he lips in that par putt. Said it was one of the hardest things he's ever had to do in his career. He was so disappointed going into that final round in the top 5, 2 strokes back of the lead, and then completely blowing up. And it seems like Lowry has gone through some tough mental times. You mentioned, we talked about the Cognizant earlier this year where he had the lead and put 2 in the water at the 16th and 17th at what has become his adopted home course at PGA National, and then the disappointing finish at Augusta as well. It'd be nice, Mark, to see Lowry put together 4 solid rounds here in Philadelphia.
It would, and when talking about the Masters, congratulating a good friend like that, it is tough because you just competed and you're exhausted mentally, and then you felt like you didn't perform to what you should have that day. But in the long run, you know that this game, you're going to be teeing it up again soon, and you're going to play other tournaments. You're probably going to win tournaments. You don't want to be that sour loser, right? The sore loser. So you got to kind of pick yourself up and celebrate with your buddies, celebrate other people's good play, and move on from that. Easier said than done, but I think that's there's contentment there. I think that's a better fullness of life.
We go to the 6th, Joanna, a short par 4 here, dogleg to the right.
Wind's really picking up, and with our faders of the golf ball, we got to start this just left of that front left fairway bunker. Perfect.
That's so good right there. Yeah, that 290 range over that collection of bunkers, of course, a little further. The further you go right, the further carry it is, but Colin using the contours ideally there.
That's always a nice one to see when you're next up off the tee. Just, okay, let's follow that golf ball. Shane starting it just a hair left of Collins, but a good one here.
And guys, we got our first Go Birds shout from the crowd here. It only took 6 holes.
I know, shocking.
Safely in the fairway for Lowry, who has hit 3 fairways in a row after missing badly off the tee in holes 1 and 2.
This one's starting a bit more right, more of an aggressive line, but should cover that bunker.
Yeah, 14 bunkers in the fairway on this hole. 7 you kind of hit over, and there's 7 through in the fairway. So tons of sand here, and they've all avoided it.
So Hovland pounds another one down the middle of the fairway. All 3 players of fairway in regulation here at the par 4 6th.
It's not an easy feat to kind of filter down to 20 and be here, and it's something that we appreciate with Corbridge and the PGA of America even giving us these opportunities, because literally we're fulfilling a dream.
It's the top of the dream pool. It's actually really hard to explain, you know, words just don't do it justice. You almost got to feel it to believe it.
Hello, how are you?
What's up, man?
It has been a little different. Get my own parking spot, which is pretty cool.
I think the whole experience of just having my family here, and actually as I was practicing, I kept hearing da 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 da, and I turned around and they told me they got Scheffler's autograph, so it was pretty important for them to tell me that.
These are my daughters. They designed my golf balls. This one says Bryce's #1, and it goes a lot farther, I can tell you that, with their love on it for sure. Yeah, it's just a good reminder of what matters.
Good luck this week.
Thank you. That's what makes this week extra special is you can change your life in just a week.
What a great feature that is in our Corebridge Financial PGA of America Professionals. And a familiar name atop the Corebridge Financial Team leaderboard, Michael Block. You talk about changing your life in 1 week. Well, Blocky did it back in 2023 with his hole-in-one and his T15 finish at the PGA Championship, as these playing professionals from all over the world, all over the country, not only representing their families, but Mark representing their clubs and their cities. And it's just such a cool local connection for these communities to have with the PGA Championship.
No doubt, and Jesse Dromer won the 2026 PGA Professional Championship out there at Bandon Dunes just a few weeks ago when they go in with about 300 club professionals, and you're not sure, are you going to be here at Aronimink or not? Well, Jesse did it the best of all of them, and part of the reward is they're here.
74 and 14, yeah.
We listen into Shane Lowry in the fairway here at the 6th, Joanna.
Larry with 87 yards, the poorest angle of the 3 tee shots. It's blind, and there's a knob to contend with that will definitely get this ball to, it's going to be hard to stop it downwind. It's going to land on a downslope, so he has to decide whether he's going to fly it high or, oh, he's from Ireland, so he went low. That is so good.
And getting even better. How about that shot from Shane Lowry? Should be a kick-in for his first birdie of the day.
I hope the members of Aronimink watch that shot. There's so many ways of playing this beautiful game, but low below the blow.
Takes a lot of courage there to land it short of the green like that. Most players want to fly it onto the putting surface, a little more predictable, but certainly Shane's played plenty of those shots in his life.
That person in orange shorts or something?
He just had no angles, so that was wonderfully creative.
I was looking at the one person right of him, but yeah, exactly. Very good.
Colin, 83 yards. Ball's a little below the feet. He just kind of stay with the shot. I'm going to imagine he's going to use the slope, the upslope, to stop this golf ball. Right there. Yep.
Yeah, well done indeed.
15 bunkers on this hole, and so far none of our threesome putting any of them into play. Good approach shots from Lowry and Morikawa. We'll see what Hovland can do. He was in the fairway at the 4th hole, Joanna, and it didn't go so well. We'll see what he does to adjust here.
Yes, only 75 yards here. Again, ball below the feet, just a touch, but similar to Colin's play. Just kind of hit it up in that upslope, use a little bit of spin to stop it because it's downwind. Oh yes, 3 good ones.
That's right. Certainly beating his season average about 18 feet from the hole, from that 50 to 75 yard range, and that was more difficult than most I think he would face in a given season, but that one really well done, especially after seeing how the first 2 golf balls reacted on the green. Certainly made that one a little bit easier, but still had to execute it. Now a great look for his first birdie.
Now Hovland 75th on tour this year in proximity to the hole. Puts that one snug to the pin. And this hole back in 2018 at the BMW played under par. And we see the closest to the pin today. Shane Lowry gets inside Jason Day's mark. And a one-handed tap in to bring Lowry to even par in his opening round. First birdie of the day for Shane.
Even if you're hitting it good, it's nice to have a couple of tap-ins for birdie every once in a while. Makes it easy, makes golf fast too.
And Lowry tapping in to get out of his playing partner's way, and it'll be Morikawa the furthest away from the hole. But even then, just 9 feet 3 inches.
All right, Joanna, are you certified to teach aim point to people?
I'm not, but I have went through it as a student myself. So I use it as a combo. I use my eyes, I use my feet. It's nice to kind of know all your options, because some days it's just tricky to read greens with your eyes, whether there's shadows on the green or it's a different grass type and you just can't truly see it. So I kind of do a blend, to be honest.
No, it makes sense. I mentioned earlier, a teacher that helped me was John Graham, who worked with Justin Thomas for a while and a lot of other players on tour. And he was in the same way. He's like, you can't use this as the only thing, but it certainly can help you out, because your eyes will play tricks on you. But if you get good enough with practicing what these guys do too with their feet to feel the slopes, you're able to feel what uphill and downhill is.
Birdie opportunity to move under par for Colin Morikawa.
Go.
And it gets there, drips in off the front edge. Second birdie in his last 3 holes as Morikawa is in the red after 6.
That's hole speed for you. Yeah, 3s do not add up very fast. And go back to aim point a little bit too. It's one of those things where I guess guys didn't want to like just make it about guessing, right? It's one of those things where there still is a lot of feel involved in the game, and you know, even if you see you kind of step it off with your feet. I just never got very good at it. Even though I practiced with a level, I felt like I was never good enough at saying, oh, this is a 1% or this is a 1.5. And if you're not good enough at that, well, then it's not going to help you. So I kind of rely on my eyes more often than just the feel, Joanna.
You know what it really helped me with was understanding or trusting when it's straight. Like if you set your feet down and you don't feel any tilt between left foot and right foot, and you're standing over it and you're like, wow, this is an actually straight putt. That's what it really helped me with. Because sometimes as a player, you want to almost read a little bit of slope into it.
And Victor absolutely robbed of what would have been birdies for our entire group, and nothing but a sarcastic smile as he walks away with a par and remains at 2 over after 6. So disappointing birdie miss and an opportunity gone by the wayside for Victor Hovland. More when we return.
Well, just eyeballing it, but that seems like it'll hold about 17,213 Miller High Lifes.
We welcome you back to our featured group coverage on ESPN Plus. Happy to be partnered with the PGA of America to bring you the 2026 PGA Championship. Colin Morikawa, our first player in our featured group to make it into red figures. 2 birdies in his last 3 holes, 1 under par for the day. Shane Lowry, a birdie after a beautiful approach shot at the 6th to move to even par, and Viktor Hovland remains at 2 over. And alongside Mark Wilson, I'm Eric Rothman. Joanna Coe on the course with us for this par 4 7th. Joanna, that has been lengthened quite a bit since the last time tour players were here in 2018.
Yes, lengthened by 35, 40 yards. So this is a testy tee shot here. Straight into it with the wind. Fairway slopes right to left. One of the harder tee shots of this front 9, for sure. We're just waiting on the group ahead of us.
It's got a unique design element on the right. These, what they call hummocks down the right side with some really deep fescue grass, and almost looks like moguls on the right that guys certainly want to avoid here on this dogleg right.
And while we have a moment, Joanna, you were talking about Colin Morikawa and his health and his back and how he looks pretty good out there today. He was interviewed earlier this week and was asked about the back. He said, I wish it was 100%. He said, I wish I was 100% healthy, I should say. The body doesn't feel bad, just uncomfortable. And there's that trust factor I'm kind of having to deal with. And so far, at least today, it seems like the trust is there. He's really attacking these shots, and I'm sure was disappointed to have to miss the players and take about a month off before the Masters. But this is a guy not unlike Rory and Scotty who defines his success by his success at the major championships, and that's what he wants to get healthy for.
That's right, and I feel like with an afternoon tee time, it gives you a little bit more time to get that back warm, see the physio, do exactly what you need to do to get it ready. Morning tee times are a little bit more difficult, makes the morning more rushed, knowing you have to go through all these different procedures to get it warm. But yeah, like I said, he looks pretty good. I think the golf swing has changed just a touch to accommodate for it, but hopefully just keeps getting better and better from here.
It looks like we've been cleared for lunch.
Still play it out of the right, huh?
Just a touch, yeah, it's 90%.
This is a beautiful hole. I remember playing this golf course for the first time. You have this little house up on the left, white, looks like a structure that was originally here. Just a great shape to this hole, beautiful setting. Good one there.
Just a little unnerving. You can't really see the ball land. We've seen that a few times today, but this one kind of goes over a hill, and then hole location today on the 7th in that back right corner. But a good start there for Colin.
Similar spot for Shane Lowry.
Yeah, certainly dialed in ever since the beginning of the round. Every fairway since those big misses on the first and second hole.
I'm sure I'm going to jinx Viktor Hovland here, Mark, but after the first 2 holes, I don't think we've had any of our players miss a fairway.
That is the great jinx.
Yeah, there you go. Blame it on me. Oh, of course. Of course.
You were cheering for him as much as anyone. Well, missed on the outside of the dog leg. Inside of the dog leg is certainly the worst place to miss it over those hummocks, so he'll have something to be able to run it up, but it'll be a long second there for Viktor.
Throwing the driver, never a good sign as Hovland in trouble. Off the tee at 7.
It's the first day of a major. Everyone still believes. The crackle in the air is born of that hope. All these players, somewhere inside, have laid out some scenario that ends with them holding the Wanamaker.
Well, Scotty Scheffler held the Wanamaker Trophy at the end of last year's tournament. Right now, 5 players tied for first. We have our first American to reach 3 under par. Akshay Bhatia joining Aldrich Potgieter, Stephen Yeager, Min-Woo Lee, and Ryo Hisatune. Garrick Higo, despite Mark a 2-stroke penalty for showing up late to his tee time, finishes under par along with Joaquin Niemann, Nikolai Højgaard, Jordan Spieth, who is looking for the career Grand Slam with a win here today, and Michael Block, part of the Corebridge financial team, PGA of America professionals. He is under par as well with former Masters champion Hideki Matsuyama. And how about European Ryder Cup captain Luke Donald in there as well, and a Jason Duffner sighting. Boy, I've got some good names on this leaderboard here in round number 1. And Joanna, similar to where, you know, Shane Lowry the first couple holes, Victor Hovland has hit it into the gallery. Did he get a decent lie because of how badly he missed, like Lowry did in the first couple holes?
Yes and no. His ball's kind of sitting in a little nest. Just looks like a little bird's nest, so the grass kind of laying in all different directions. I think Larry drew a couple better lies in the first couple holes. So this one, I can see him getting it on the green, but it's going to take some technique here to make sure that he hits ball first. He might be just hacking out here. Yeah, he's just looking to go short of the green. Yeah, it was an interesting lie. It looked like a lot of ball, but the grass just growing in many different directions around it.
Kind of with those cross bunkers coming across the fairway, you probably figured if he gives it a whirl and maybe squirts it into one of them, all of a sudden you're set with a 35, 40-yard bunker shot. Wanted to avoid that, try to rely on the short game to get it up and down. Good discipline there.
Exactly, and with the 214, percentages aren't great. This wind and temperature, Shane's probably getting comfortable. A little chill in the air.
I was going to say, Joanna, I think looking at the weather report for the week, this is about as cool as it's going to get. And then all the way up to Sunday, it looks like the temperature is going to rise about 20 degrees in the mid-80s come the end of this tournament.
That's right. So this place will get a little bit more baked out through the weekend. Shane has 182. Ball's a little above his feet. Winds off the left and into. It's almost wind and lie almost offset as far as a directional target, because we know with ball above the feet tends to go a little left, winds off the left. Probably at least one club more, if not 1.5.
Joanna, I think maybe Shane's been living in Florida for too long. It's sweater weather for him. That's, you know, the Irish blood. He's got to be out there in a tank top in this kind of weather. Come on.
I know, it's a jupe life getting to him. Flighted something, but it's heading right.
He bailed on that real quick, Mark.
Absolutely. Now he's going to have a tester. Side hill lie, downhill lie.
Maybe some indecision.
That's all right. Colin, 161, 20 yards past him. Flatter lie. Definitely easier shot here. Just kind of waiting to see what the wind is doing. See your caddy toss up some grass, give Colin some reassurance that this is what the wind is doing. Sometimes as a player, if you're hitting a lot of club, you got to just trust that the wind's going to be there.
Especially tough into the wind, though, when the whole location's that far back, just about 7 paces from the very back edge.
Exactly, because as a player, you know, you can't go over it on or off green. A lot of trust involved. The wind's certainly hitting it. Smart play.
Yeah, kind of what you might expect. Yeah, you don't want to, like Joanna said, you don't want to push it over, and then if you're back into the wind for the second, you hit over the green, then not only does it have that downward rust feel of the slope, but you'll also be pitching back downwind. So Colin Morikawa, once again, kind of just making sure that he's not going to hit over. Yeah, it might leave you with a 40-foot putt, but, you know, good chance there. On a day like today and this afternoon, I mean, anything 2 over par or better is certainly going to beat the field average. I mean, when we came on the air, it was stroke average was about 72.1. We're already creeping up 72.2 right now, and it's only getting more difficult with this wind picking up.
Mark, I asked this question because as an amateur, it would affect me mentally, so I'm just curious if it would affect professionals or not. My guess is no, but I'll ask you. When you see a scorecard of 70 and you're going into a tournament, does that change your approach at all and what your expectations are?
Not really. I mean, I think it just makes it easier to shoot in the 60s, Eric. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel.
I will say we're so used to playing par 72s that there's been occasion I get into the scoring tent and they're like, oh, we ended up Mark 74. I'm like, no, I think it's one more. It's like, well, 74 is 3 over, for instance, on a par 71. So, yeah, I usually don't know what the par is. You just kind of take each hole as it goes. But to your point, there's less par 5s usually on a par 70, making scoring more difficult.
Yeah, just 2 here this week. So Hovland laying up short of the green out of the rough, Joanna.
A little distance wedge here, a little half swing. Walked up to the green to get his landing spot. The more he hits it right, the more it's going to slope left, but you can kind of go right at it. Needs to go. Just didn't hit his spot. A little tentative.
That's right. Those guys want to bring that in really low. I think he did that, but like you said, Joanna, just didn't quite maybe nip it just right, whatever it is. These guys do practice all those, especially with the radar devices now at TrackMan that they have on the ranges versus the old days when I used to put cones on the range or towels or something like that and hit my various distance wedges.
That's right. And he was trying to flight a little bit since it was into the wind, but just missed his landing spot. So Shane has a fun one here.
Define fun.
Fun is subjective, Joanna.
Fun means I don't want to hit this one. Side hill lie, downhill lie, out of the rough, ball sitting down a little bit. Not the worst lie if it were flat, but it's more so the uneven lie that makes it very difficult. Then where Hovland's caddy is walking right now, he's contending with this upslope and a side slope. So either he needs it, he's pointing to a spot right there in that upslope where he's going to land the golf ball, but it's going to just really kick it left. So I don't know how he's going to get close to this hole, whether you just kind of take your 15-footer and get out of here. Because I don't think a high flop is going to cut it. It's an extreme downslope after that upslope. So I'm thinking he's going low, and trying to get himself inside 20 feet would be a win.
You know, it's tough when the player walks past the hole and starts looking past the hole. What's going to happen? You know, is there a slope that I can use? And so this takes some discipline, and obviously he's disappointed he's even here.
And then he kind of half chunked it. Let's see. Yeah. And there's your 20-footer uphill.
And one of the examples here of the 7th hole and the difficulty, once again, the hole location back in that little kind of nook that made that you know, second shot that he hit that much more worse, to have it be difficult to recover from that position.
Well, not only that, Mark, you know, we kind of talked about Viktor Hovland at the 4th when he was sitting in the middle of the fairway and missed the green by a mile. This hole in particular, which was the hardest fairway to hit for players in 2018 when the tour stop was here. You know, so Lowry checks that box. He has a beautiful drive down the middle of the fairway, and then to completely bail on the approach shot and leave yourself with a 20-footer for par is obviously not where he saw himself, given how good the drive was to start the hole.
And you wonder why. It might have been an indecision on the club that he was choosing, indecision on the shot, whatever it is. The commitment level just wasn't there. Or, you know what? It could have just been a bad swing, and just chalk it up to that.
Exactly. And they're human beings, not robots. A little double breaker here. Right at the end. Great putt.
Gave it a run, nearly 50 feet away. Morikawa, just a few inches, her tap-in par.
Speed's been great. We talked about it already through 7 holes now. Kyle Morikawa's picked up a shot and a half on the field in terms of strokes gained putting, and you know, that's not where we see him usually. His average on the PGA Tour is usually, for a season, strokes gained negative, so that is certainly a positive there for the 2-time major championship winner.
Yeah, 139th this season on tour strokes gained putting. Right now, players that are tied for 13th or better are under par. Everybody else is even or worse.
That was a nice little sneak preview for Shane. A little influence from his feet. Initial left to right might drift back to his left at the end. Good look from Colin, though, should help him.
What a par save for Shane Lowry. That'll build your confidence.
Yeah, good call, Joanna. You saw that right there. He went to school, and it's the first missed green in regulation today for the Irishman, but still a par on the card. 3-putt at the first is only bogey.
Maybe I'll be on the bag for him soon.
That'd be a good gig. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
25 feet and a fist pump for Shane Lowry.
Yeah, he's the type of guy that you want to enjoy a pint with, right, Joanna?
That's right. So Hovland, not as much influence from the initial, you know, Shane his feet were really elevated above the ball. This will be straight in the beginning and then going to his left.
.24 feet 3 inches for par.
He just kind of read that too much in the beginning, that influence to the right, but he was kind of right up the throat of the screen.
Yeah, right up that fall line. And the opposite of Victor here in terms of strokes gained putting. Field of 156 players start here. He's ranked 148th in terms of strokes gained putting. He's lost about 2.5 shots on the greens. You think back to the short one, especially he missed for birdie at the last hole. Just nothing has gone down yet for Victor Hovland here in this slow start.
And putts have started a little left today.
Yeah, 2 missed birdie opportunities there at 1 and 5, and then also there at 6, and you know, then all of a sudden you put a little more pressure on your long game, and before you know it, golf seems really difficult.
And just one top 10 this year for Victor Hovland, Mark, and just hasn't found that consistency in his game, and really has not been in contention at any point during the season.
But can't take those for granted. Got to roll those in, even though you might be disappointed. Never know when you might get on a little bit of a birdie run.
3 5s on the card here in the opening 9 for Victor Hovland, who's now 3 over par for the tournament. Morikawa remains 1 under after a par, and thumbs up to the gallery. So this was Lowry after the second shot that went hard right and then came back the up and down for par from 25 feet. And he will move on with some confidence to our second par 3 of the day, the long par 3 8th hole. In 2018, Mark, at the BMW, just 6 players hit this green in all 4 rounds. It was the fewest in any hole on the course. And so a challenging par 3 as we wind down our opening 9 at the 2026 PGA Championship here at Aronimink Golf Club. The layout of this course, the par 3s. We saw the 5th hole plays as one of the easiest holes on the course, and now we go, Mark, to the 8th hole, which is the hardest.
All the other 3 par 3s are playing over 215 yards, and the 8th 245 yards. It does play 10 yards downhill, but it's really our first par 3.5 on this golf course, and that's basically what it's playing. And it's not disappointing in terms of difficulty. Hit the green once again, as you mentioned, from the 2018 BMW. It's ranked first in terms of that. Just about a third of the fields hit the green in regulation with their tee shot, and its proximity to the hole is 66 feet away. So if you can hit it within 66 feet of this hole, you're actually beating the PGA Tour average. The best players in the world. Could you do that? Step up there, or maybe hit a 3-wood, a hybrid, whatever it might be. Could you get it inside that? Boy, you sure would love to give it a shot, I'm sure. But it's a green that sits kind of at a bit of an angle, left to right. So it's nice for the right-handed golfers to kind of hit a little bleeder cut in there, see if you can get something on the surface. And a 3 certainly is beating the field by about a half a shot today.
PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. So it looks like we are about a hole behind now, as the group in front of us is making their way down from the tee box to this green. We wave hello to some of the fans here in Philadelphia.
And you know what, Eric? I love what the PGA Championship's doing now. These people have plenty of food in their bellies. They're hydrated well. It's all included in the price of the ticket. You go in there and you kind of walk into the area and you can pick out a sandwich, a snack, a drink, and you can just kind of make it a revolving door if you really want to. It's a really cool thing to not feel like, oh boy, I got to go in there and spend $30 to have lunch. No, it's all on the house here at the PGA Championship.
Now, I guess we need to find out from Joanna, does that include cheesesteaks and like hoagies from Wawa, or what's on the menu at Aronimink this week?
I remember the Women's PGA Championship. It was during COVID, so we could not eat outside of the club. But let me tell you, best player dining I have ever been to. It was fire.
I could go for a cheesesteak right now. Get something delivered. Yeah. 240 plus yards for this par 3.
And we have a wait on the tee here. Saw Corey Connors and Adam Scott tee off. But beautiful amphitheater here. Again, used to be really tree lined here. It just feels like you are hitting to a field. Hard to pick a target. Wind is gusting. But great scenery here. Great view to watch some golf. You can see 2, 3, 7, even looking down towards 14, 15. Highest part of the property. It is just stunning right here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Joanna, you mentioned that over the years they've done a lot of tree removal. So in terms of spectator sight lines, there's plenty of opportunities to get a good vantage point and check out multiple holes. And we've got a pause here in the action with the traffic jam at the 8th hole. So we'll step aside and be back in a moment as we continue our coverage from Philadelphia and the PGA Championship.
What is your cheesesteak order?
Isn't there just one Philly cheesesteak, or are there multiple different options here?
Unfortunately, I don't eat cheese, so I'm like a cheesesteak without the cheese guy.
I mean, pretty much everything on it. Yeah, loaded up peppers and onions, melted cheese. What else can you throw on it? Because I'll probably have it.
Cheese, onions, use a little mayo. Pretty simple.
A regular cheesesteak, no onions.
I don't think I've ever had one, so whatever anyone recommends.
Oh, we need to get some of these international players a Philly cheesesteak. And Joanna, we need to know what everybody's been waiting for. Are you with or are you without?
With. But I have a different suggestion. Tony Luke's roast pork Italian is, it is so good. Unreal. Broccoli rabe, garlic, provolone.
Yeah, do you wash that down with some tasty cakes afterwards as well?
I try to avoid that kind of processed food.
but the hoagie's perfectly fine. That's the healthy option.
100%.
Yeah.
If I'm going to have the calories, it's going to be that.
As we continue to wait here on the 8th hole, our par 3, Eric Rothman, Mark Wilson, and Joanna Coe having a good time here round number 1. Adam Scott in what has become his go-to outfit, the brown on beige, behind the dark sunglasses and the belly putter.
It sounds like he's off the dairy.
I guess so.
You know, no cheese on the Philly cheesesteak. I mean, how do you do it? It's a Philly steak.
It's just a steak.
Right? With some bread around it. What's your order, Eric?
Well, you know, I'll go and do with the cheese, and I'll do onions as well. And I will do a chocolate junior tasty cake to wash it down because, like Joanna, I am not watching my figure. And,
I guess I shouldn't do this, but what's a tasty cake? Is it like a little Debbie's type thing or what?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Okay. Yeah, exactly.
There's a wide variety of products from the Tasty Cake brand that are all over Philadelphia. And I do have to say, as now living in the Midwest, which is where I live, Philadelphia food, Joanna, is starting to really proliferate along the entire countries. Now we have Wawas popping up here in Ohio.
Good for you.
And
that
so
is huge.
you can get a tasty cake in Cincinnati if you want.
Wawa is the best. You know, there's that with Sheets and and Royal Farms in Maryland, but Wawa is superior. Sorry, everyone.
Now, Wawa's good. What about a Buc-ee's? Have you done a Buc-ee's yet?
Right, see, Sheets, no. You're in Philly, sorry.
They'll infiltrate, I'm sure they will. It's an experience.
That's right.
Yes, the fine dining of gas stations around the country.
America.
Yeah.
That's right. I know I'm all about a road trip. I want to do everything as fast as possible, but when all of a sudden there's a Buc-ee's, all of a sudden I don't mind if I waste 30 minutes. I don't understand.
I had two groups on the tee here, unfortunately.
And Corey Connors, Daniel Berger, and Adam Scott, I believe, is the group in front of us. And we see this green that is below the tee box. And at 245, Joanna, you know, got the wind swirling around, as you've mentioned, but the green below where the players are standing, how do they calculate what kind of club they need here?
There's a lot of math to be done here. So plays down about 15, but then wind is into, and it's going to hit that wind and rise. So it's a wash with the slope, probably plus a couple. So plus with how high these guys hit it, that's all of a sudden going to play a little bit more. So we have some head covers out. It's going to play long. Anywhere on the surface in the middle of the green would be excellent.
The idea here is you just got to, I mean, hit something down that left side there and just rely on your short game. If it happens to be on the green and you're going to have a putt, a long one, birdie putt, get down in two, great. If not, you just have to accept that you're probably going to have a pitch shot, and you could even hit a pretty quality shot here off the tee and still have to get the ball up and down. So it's kind of a little about acceptance, like we talked about earlier here once again on this very demanding par 3.
And it'll be Colin Morikawa to hit first. Only player in our group under par.
But doesn't mean you can't hit your best shot of the day. I mean, you think about what Cameron Young did standing up on the 72nd hole of the Players Championship this year. He said, all right, it's time for me to hit my best drive of the week. Like, that's what you want to... That's what you want to think about, and you want to hear that from your caddy, too. Very good.
Just don't plug.
I think he towed it.
Yeah, it's on top of the ridge in front of that bunker mark, and you heard him say, just don't plug. And I saw it bounce at least once, so I don't know if it's plugged, but I also don't know if he's going to have much of a lie there either.
It's definitely in the rough. It all depends on that lie there and how he can kind of chop it out.
Rangefinders allowed at the PGA Championship, just can't use the slope function.
That was a smooth swing there, wasn't it? That was pretty.
Still didn't get it there, even as good as it looked, and he was shouting out it to go.
Man, the wind gobbled that one up, didn't it? But that was pretty looking. Seemed like a good strike. It's a reachable par 3, Eric, is the way I look at it.
Not for me. Now Victor Hovland needs to get some momentum here. 3 over par through 7. Like he took that one a little bit lower than Shane, but still the same result. All 3 players coming up short here at the par 3/8.
That's the hard part too. When you have a downhill hole like that, you want to take off the 15 yards, but if it's back into the wind, the ball's in the air a little longer. So I tend to take less off when it's downhill and into the wind.
That'll be a scramble for our trio, trying to save par here at their second par 3 of the day.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, I got you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Scotty Scheffler wins in a runaway in the showdown at Charlotte.
Last year's trophy buys you nothing once the tournament begins. The scoreboard is blank, fear returns anew, and all the golfers stand on the first tee. A lonely place where a reputation can't help you at all. Welcome back to the PGA Championship. It's time to do it again.
Well, you're not going to contend for a major championship without some adversity, Mark Wilson, and all 3 of our players have some adversity here on this par 3 8th hole.
That's right. No matter how you deal with it, even you hit some good shots that might not end up good, and it's just part of golf. It's not always the fairest thing in the world. You look at our group's golf balls, Colin Morikawa up on the top there, and then Victor Hovland and Shane Lowry about to show off their bunker skills.
And Joanna, I'm not sure, would you rather be where Colin is outside the bunker, or Lowry and Hovland have a decent opportunity here from this front bunker placement?
I think bunker all day. So you can spin it into the wind. Nice shot here. That's probably, you know, a B+ for him. But it's hard to predict what's going to happen out of this rough. So I think most often, if you have wind into, a little uphill, players would elect for a bunker shot.
And we know you would choose that for sure. You've mentioned how that's the strength of your game. Why do you think, how did you develop that to be the strength of your game?
When I was a junior, it was actually a poor part of my game. And, you know, you just learn the technique and the fundamentals. And I'm an aggressive player with pretty good swing speed, and you can swing hard at it. And I think that's fun. So if you know you're going to hit the sand in the right spot, and you bring some speed to it, you can really control the golf ball. So Technique kind of drives that confidence, like I talked about with the chipping earlier.
And for Victor Hovland, he's gone through some short game woes around the greens. He's certainly got a low light reel of some shots that he's hit, but he's certainly worked at it hard, and he's kind of come on the other side at times, showing some brilliance, and that was pretty brilliant there, that bunker shot. I know it wasn't the most difficult bunker shot in the world, but still, like you said, you got to trust it back into the wind. You can't just kind of plop it out of there, and he went through with speed, a lot of spin, and now he's got inside of 5 feet for his par.
Exactly. Colin will have to hit this a little bit lower. You're not going to get that check. Downhill for the first third, and then almost just slightly back up the hill. Trying to just get a sense of how that rough's going to grab the club. See that roll out a ton.
Man, that face wide open, and obviously it just started left, which shows that that grass kind of won the battle a little bit in terms of flipping it over just a little bit. So now he's going to have to rely on that putter, and we talked about how good the putting's been so far. He'll be tested here at the 8th.
I believe Colin will be up first, so there's your approximately the whole battle for bunker versus rough. Should be a little downhill. Taking his time here. Got some activity on 10 green. Max Homa's group walking up 10.
I love the feel of that. It's not a double green, but it's like the fairway cut in between 8 and 10 just kind of has that feel like you're on the same, in someone's home. It's like the same home. It's just a different room here as you kind of look over and you see the 10th hole. And the 10th hole we'll see in about 30 minutes is a very demanding par 4 that these guys will play just under 500 yards.
This putt should move a little to his left. Downhill, downwind.
Trying to avoid his second bogey of the day, his last one and only one coming at the second hole.
I think he liked that for a long time. We were talking about strokes gained putting a little bit, and you know the break-even point for PGA Tour players at 32 feet. They 3-putt and make 32 footers about the same amount of time. So for about a 10-footer like that, Colin's going to lose about 0.4 strokes to give you an idea. 8 feet is kind of that spot where they're going to make about half of them. So if you make an 8-footer, you pick up a half shot on the field. If you miss an 8-footer, you lose a half shot. That's kind of how strokes gained putting works. It's such a better barometer of a guy's putting round than, you know, back in the old days of just putts per green in regulation.
Yeah, golf has really become such a game of analytics. You mentioned earlier, Mark, you know, the TrackMan and the swing speed, the ball speed, the angles and spin that these guys are looking at every day at practicing at their house, at their facilities. You know, they're dialed in. They know exactly what their target metrics are. Lowry for par here.
Uphill, left to right.
Just it must be a tough one for these guys to read there. It seemed a little straighter. Colin and Shane both missing it on the same side of the hole, but from opposite sides on their putts. And so Shane certainly the disgust there. He loved the tee shot too. It was a solid strike, and the wind just kind of gobbled up, not able to, you know, let his short game bail him out. But this 8th hole is played so difficult. 3.53 stroke average, just 4 birdies. You have the same amount of bogeys as pars on this hole.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to think of it as a short par 4. Sometimes you're going to make birdie, and sometimes you're going to make bogey. Just be inside the hole, a little downhill.
All right, so we've seen him miss a handful of these to the left. Now, in your mind, all of a sudden you start creeping and say, hey, I don't want to miss this left. And and then you push one. That is obviously not the right frame of mind. You just want to continue to try to hit solid putts.
But even for tour players, that goes into your mind. Jeez.
And of course, he misses on the right side, Mark.
Yeah, I think the hole's starting to look like a thimble to Viktor Hovland. I think he hit a good putt back there at number 6 for birdie. That didn't go in. Now, that looked like a really good putt. Lips out on the high side. So all of a sudden, it just feels like that hole has just shrunk, and it's really hard to fit the golf ball in it.
So disappointing back-to-back bogeys for Viktor Hovland. Now 4 over par on the round. We will finally play a par 5 as we move to the 600-plus yard par 5 ninth after Shane Lowry cleans up his bogey. So bogeys for everybody on the 8th, and he'll try to get a stroke back on the difficult par 5 ninth and round out their opening 9. Shane Lowry, Colin Morikawa, and Viktor Hovland. Featured group coverage here on ESPN Plus continues in just a moment.
Name 3 people who signed the Declaration of Independence.
Oh man, come on, you're asking a foreigner this.
All I do is watch sport and play golf. I don't know any of this.
It's messed up, man. I'm a college dropout.
George Washington?
George Washington, obviously. No? Didn't sign it?
I'm just going to say one that's come to mind. Abraham Lincoln. Is that one?
Dig deep. Dig deep, kid. Dig deep. John Adams.
John Hancock, he's the big one, right? There you go.
Benjamin Franklin? Did he sign it? Sounds about right. Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin?
I mean, I'm not American, so I shouldn't know this. George Washington is one. And that's where it ends.
That is fantastic. That is also completely unfair to ask our international players when we can't even get our American players to answer correctly. Some good American trivia. 250th birthday in the original capital, Philadelphia, PA, and one of the greatest cities to visit if you're into American history. Colin Morikawa on the tee at the 9th.
Starting just inside that left fairway bunker, bleeding a little right, perfect.
Was the Hideki Matsuyama release there, Mark Wilson?
I think it was a little heel job that obviously looks really good and just doesn't have the ball speed normally does. And I got out there just fine, though. On a par 5 that's not reachable for Colin Morikawa, just fairway is ideal, and then you got a layout.
Heel cut. He likes to hit the cut. Shane just kind of waiting on activity. The par 5, 16. Ready to go. Starting just at that fairway bunker. Covered nicely. Good strike.
I think Shane has an outside chance maybe to kind of run something up there. We've seen about 10 players knocking on the green in 2, and I'd say a good 25 or so that have been up there within 20 yards. So certainly worthwhile with a back hole location to hit it up there. And let's give kudos to Jordan Spieth in that little segment. He rattled off 3 really quick. Signers of the Declaration of Independence.
the big 3.
Texas boy, quite patriotic. Hovland starting it down the middle, little 5-yard cut. Should be fairway.
Yeah, kind of cambers to the right. That'll be great. They're a pretty straight hole here. Second shot plays well up the hill.
Our players march down the 9th hole, and we'll step aside for a moment. All 3 looking to bounce back after bogeys on the 8th. Plenty of opportunities to follow all the different feature groups and holes on ESPN Plus. You can watch your favorite players from tee to green on all 18 holes. Top left, Scotty Scheffler, Matthew Fitzpatrick, and Justin Rose. Chris Gotterup, Bobby Mack, and Tommy Fleetwood up there as well. And then holes 15, 16, and 17. And I believe that is Sepp Straka in the bottom right. Take a look at the leaderboard. 4 players have finished their round at 3 under par, and we have Martin Keimer, the 2-time major champion, 2010 PGA champion, tied for the lead on the course, as well as Alex Smalley and Akshay Bhatia. Justin Thomas looking for another PGA championship to his name. Starting to round into form. He's at 2 under par. Nikolai Højgaard and Garrick Higo, some of the younger players on tour, trying to make a name from themselves on golf's biggest stage. As our players are in the fairway here at the par 5 9th.
And they're on the fairway, which is great. Now they'll probably be having a go at just kind of getting it up there. There's just a little cross bunker. I wouldn't even say a cross bunker. It's kind of down that right side. So it's really just yelling at you to just hit it up there as far as you want. Like, why wouldn't you? And yeah, that could maybe bring in some other trouble if you're offline, but I think a great chance for these guys to get up there close and the chip and putt for a birdie.
Yeah, the last place you want to be is that front right bunker. You put a big X in the yardage book there. So with a back right hole location, you can either place the golf ball and give yourself 50 to 70 yards, or like you said, you can kind of bust it up there down the left and give yourself a nice angle for this whole location.
Yeah, to give you an idea, Victor Hovland's got 291 to the hole, so we're talking 250 or so to carry that kind of bunker down the right side. Not that he's trying to carry it, but in case he kind of pushes it. But let's face it, if you push it, usually it goes a little bit shorter. So kind of, yeah, down that left side. I still like the aggressive play down there and taking a chance on that bunker down the right.
That's right. He has a nice flat lie. Wind is help off the left. Yep. Left center. This should be a nice angle. You get it up there.
They did.
Oof.
So Victor Hovland reaches this 600+ yard par 5 and 2. A long eagle attempt for a guy who has yet to card a birdie on the day.
Pretty good hit, yeah, 10 yards up the hill, so that's a good 270 yard equivalent carry there for Victor Hovland with the 3 medal.
It's impressive. Shane Lowry, 286. Ball's a little below his feet and a little downhill lie off that bunker behind him. So probably the trickiest lie of the 3 players here. So ball below the feet could influence a little bit more left to right shape on it. Plus wind is help off the left. So just kind of need to stay in it and make sure you hit your line down the left here.
Absolute screamer up the left-hand side there, Joanna, and that one bounding up the hill and just shy of the green.
And rolling backwards a bit. But good line there. Colin, 283, flat lie. Similar angle to Hovland's shot.
He reaches easily, and that one to the back of the green.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive right there. Colin Morikawa, you know, kind of medium length hitter on the PGA Tour, but he ranks 2nd this season in par 5 scoring average, and showing his power right there too. I mean, knocking it on from 283 away. This hole 609 yards and plays uphill second shot.
I've been impressed with Colin's ball speed thus far. With a tough back situation, he's outdriven Hovland and Lowry a couple times.
Seems to be trusting the back just fine. And while we have you here for the 2026 PGA Championship, it's never too early to look ahead to 2027. And after 60 years, PGA Championship will make a historic return to Dallas-Fort Worth. Join us next May at the home of the PGA of America in Frisco, Texas, as we welcome the strongest field in golf back to the Lone Star State. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. I'm sure plenty of Texans on the tour have that date circled. Scotty Scheffler and Jordan Spieth, I'm sure, excited to have the PGA Championship in Frisco.
I'm excited to see that golf course too. It's going to host the Senior PGA Championship. It already hosted there a few years ago, and they're going to host again here coming up. So it'll be nice to get a little practice round, so to speak, as calling holes here for the PGA Championship and checking it all out. Obviously, the PGA of America's new headquarters used to be there in the Palm Beach area, PGA National, and they moved over to Frisco, give themselves a little bit more space and the ability to build whatever they want to. So I'm sure it's spectacular.
Take a look at where second shots wound up for our group and for the rest of the field as well. Don't necessarily have to hit the green in 2 to make your birdie. Shane Lowry has some company down in the trough there in the front left of the green. Guys that have gotten up and down for 4.
Yeah, our boys making it look pretty easy, right? I mean, we've got a couple of eagle putts coming up. I mean, Morikawa technically is not a putt in terms of the stats, but it's not happening on a regular basis so far in this first round of the PGA Championship. So well done, boys.
Well, we need some good vibes here at the turn, Mark. It has
We do.
been some fits and starts with this group and not a whole lot of positive vibes.
This is one of the more straightforward short game shots he's going to face all day. He's an upslope right in front of him, but that won't really be a concern for him. He's going to loft it over that slope. He's just kind of picking his landing spot, and from there, that's dictating the club selection. So whether he's landing this 50% of the way there, 75% of the way there, that's going to dictate his club selection. Downwind, just need to be mindful of that. But this is pretty straightforward here, right up the throat.
And these guys rely on spin for a lot of these shots too. We kind of watch him. He'll take it outside and just kind of like very steep on it and try to just really get a low checking kind of shot.
Yep.
One time maybe.
How about it? Shane Lowry.
Here we go.
There's those positive vibes we're looking for.
And under
if you're
par.
gonna
Thank you.
Yeah, if you're going to bounce back, you might as well bounce back double.
An eagle at the 9th for Lowry. Out in 34 for the Irishman. We talked about all the aces in his career. He's the first eagle on the 9th hole today.
You saw him just kind of stick that thing in the ground there on purpose, though. I mean, you saw how much he took it outside and really just kind of hit right down on it, rolled in like a putt.
Hovland obviously took a good look at that. Will be one of the straightest lag putts of the day for him.
.57 feet for his
Needs
eagle.
to go a little bit.
Yeah, just didn't go quite hard enough there, Joanna. Looks like about 5 feet left to go.
Just enough to mark it and be a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, another one of those.
Colin with a good look here. We almost have a double collar here, so his feet will be standing on that thicker second cut. Ball's on the fringe. So it's going to kind of send it a little right off his feet, straighten up, and then more left to right at the end there. Kind of see the hand gestures of his caddy. That's where Colin's feet's kind of the straightest part of the putt, but mostly left to right. Had the line.
Interesting there, Colin, normally with the paintbrush kind of claw grip with the right hand, but the longer ones, I guess I've never noticed that before. Maybe he does that outside of 25 feet, whatever, just the normal standard conventional putting stroke with that right hand on the club.
And we see that from Scotty Scheffler as well. Longer putts, traditional, shorter claw.
It's funny, when I was growing up, there was really only two choices. It was left-hand low or it was just conventional, you know. And then you had Bernhard Langer came through with the more of the longer putter, and that was really it. And then it was Skip Kendall who told Chris DeMarco back in the day, hey, this guy's at my club that used this claw thing. You might want to try this. And now tons of variations of the claw makes for a lot of imagination on the greens for these guys gripping the club.
Hovland looking for his first birdie of the afternoon.
Started that nicely on line.
Well deserved.
A lot of squares so far. The first circle on the card for the 28-year-old from Oslo, Norway. His fellow countryman, Christopher Rayton, winning the Truist last week. And a birdie for Colin Morikawa. Bounce back into red figures. And a 34 for Colin in his first 9. Some frustration for this group, as this course will bring it out of you. It's not the easiest, but they all finish the front 9 with a bang. An eagle and 2 birdies as we head to hole number 10. ESPN Plus and the PGA of America welcome you back to featured group coverage here of the 2026 PGA Championship. Our group is ready to rock and roll on the 10th tee. It's a tee box that is shared with the first hole. And Lowry up first after his eagle, Joanna.
Perfect one, left center.
It can kind of roll off on the left side though, but this one is going to be just fine there for Shane.
Wind's off the right, so kind of neutralizes the shot shape of our group.
Oh, God.
Starting right, fading.
Ooh, well, right, just a bunch of deep rough over there.
And tree
couple
trouble.
trees, yeah, a couple trees, right? Yeah.
Mm.
And the hole's 477 yards, so that means it's going to be a long way back there for Colin's second.
Yeah, Mark lengthened about 30 yards from the last time. And then professionals were here, 2018.
Yeah, it's not a new tee box. It's just the tee box for the first hole. Being creative with course setup here. Victor with straight ball, left center, drawing a little bit with the wind.
Now be kind. Oh, boy, nestles.
Just disappeared. Victor Hovland's tee shot finds the first cut of rough on a hole that ranked as the second hardest at the BMW Championship in 2018.
And one of the few holes that has water on it, a penalty area that the guys have to deal with. So, you know, coming out of that left rough, the big pond short of the green certainly is in the player's mind a little more.
10th and the 17th hole. Only holes with water as a hazard. And typically the hazards on this course, or the impediments, are the 174 bunkers throughout the property. The 10th hole was one of 4 holes lengthened by more than 25 yards since 2018. Great aerial shots, Newtown, PA.
Yeah, when you look at it from that vantage point, Eric, it doesn't seem like there's that many bunkers, right? But yeah, then you start counting them up and you see clusters everywhere, which makes it, you know, if you have a one big area full of, you know, one big bunker, then you don't have as much chance of awkward stances dealing with lips. When you throw in a bunch of bunkers in a cluster, there's a better chance that you're going to have just kind of more awkward lies. We saw Colin Morikawa in the second hole, right in the middle of your screen there earlier today, hit the lip on his second shot. From the fairway bunker. So stuff like that's going to happen more often when you have so many bunkers like they have here at Aronimink.
Donald Ross Design, Gil Hance update in 2016. As Colin Morikawa will go off into the rough to find his shot. And the 2020 PGA Championship winner. Won at Harding Park in San Francisco. And shot a 65-64 in the final 2 rounds.
Yeah, impressive stuff, and it's certainly the shot that everyone remembers there was that tee shot on 16, the drivable par 4 at Harding Park that he knocked on about 10 feet from the hole en route to victory. And, you know, not known for his length off the tee necessarily, more about his precision, and that was a great kind of calling card right there, what he was able to do on 16 on the 70th hole of a major championship to kind of seal the deal.
And then follow that up with the 2021 Open Championship as well. 2 majors on the resume for the 29-year-old Colin Morikawa. And he is looking at what he has left himself here, Joanna. He seems to be far away from where he would like to be.
Not ideal whatsoever. Not the worst lie in the rough, but tree trouble in front, uphill blind shot, back right hole location. I can't see him going for this, so I think they're going to try to figure out a number he wants for his next shot. Save par the good old-fashioned way.
They start bringing that water into play and bring a big number because of that. So yeah, you kind of just got to take your medicine here. Seldom these guys make a poor decision after a poor shot. You know, they're not trying to be something heroic.
You know, we've talked a lot about all the trees they've taken down, but a couple beautifully placed trees here down the right side. It just makes great strategy here. It incentivizes you to hit the left side of the fairway, but the left side of the fairway also kicks a little bit down the left. Now you have shot out of the rough, water short left. So it's just a hard hole, great hole.
It's true, and I understand, Joanna, how these architects and the renovations are taking out trees and stuff because they're going back to what they saw, you know, these original architects had. Well, I don't know if it was just because of the convenience, really, of it's hard to take out trees back in the day, right? It's a lot easier with the earth-moving equipment we have now. So it does make recovery that much more difficult, and it does get into players' heads on the tee shots if there's trees in play for a shot around that's going to influence that second shot. So I think it is nice to keep more trees. I mean, I understand why they're taking them out to help grass grow a little bit better, but I certainly like it when they do keep a few strategic ones like this.
How far left can I go?
Definitely adds difficulty for your best players in the world. You know, your members here that are playing Aronimink. Sometimes the shorter you hit it, you know, the miss isn't as bad offline. So for these players, if you're offline and you have trees to navigate, it just adds another layer of difficulty. So if he didn't have these trees here, he'd have a clear shot to the green and he would just blast it down the right side and be fine, but no chance. Just trying to figure out a line over this bunker since it's completely blind. And this is when you want to be smart with the layup. Make sure you're not compounding mistakes.
Okay.
We'll deal with it if it goes. I mean, if it's in the rough, it's probably just or whatever.
That came out absolutely dead. I don't know what club he hit, but he got barely anything out of that.
And he kind of grimaced too when he hit it. It was just looked like it's just a sand wedge.
Interesting. I thought he would have tried to play it down a little bit farther than that. Now he's got a tough shot. Hovland, 189. Okay, lie out of this rough. Wind is into, off the right, back right, hole location. Middle of the green would be a good shot. It's on a great line right at it, drawing a little away from it. Sit.
Ooh. And if memory serves, Mark, I think that might be the first approach shot from anybody today in our group that has actually gone through and off the back of a green.
Yeah, I think you're right. Not a bad spot there for Victor to get up and down from, though. Could even put putter on if he wants.
Shane 10 steps shorter at 179. Little downhill lie. Actually helped flight it down into the wind. Looks like middle of the green.
Yeah, fat side. Certainly anything right at this hole about 3 yards goes down to a steep slope. So that's a smart play, kind of middle of the green. Give yourself a look at it on this lengthy hole. One of 3 par 4s today, playing over 475 yards. That's 7 of 10 greens in regulation so far today for the Irishman.
And along with Morikawa, Mark, Lowry deciding not to play last week at the Truist. Both Colin and Shane teed it up at the Cadillac Championship a couple weeks ago at Trump National in Doral. But sometimes, you know, these guys, they like to have that week off for major championship preparation. And Lowry and Morikawa doing so. Victor Hovland did play in the Truist, finished tied for 31 in the tournament.
Here's the thing with wedge, I feel like I have to draw something. I don't think that ever makes sense. To me, I'm better off trying to hit a straight ball in between Shane and the pin.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? I mean, 31, playing only 35 with this 9?
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to play much. Yeah.
You happy with that?
Yeah, I am. And just patient look, you know, just left of it and up there. Yeah, exactly. Great look. Just 31.
Colin with 132. significantly downhill lie here. So you kind of need to angle your body to match the slope. Make sure you're hitting down through it. Wind is into off the right, back right hole location. Try to flight something here. Hard to get to that hole location from that angle on that lie.
Exactly, with all that wind just whipping across there. So taking his medicine right there. He knows that tee shot put him in a tough spot, and now at least has a putt at it to see if he can do something like what Shane Lowry did back at the 7th and made that long saving par putt. Should be at the 6th.
Morikawa makes his way up to the green. See all the arrows going in different directions here, and where that pin is located, it's just really tough to get anything to stand up on that right side. And all three of our players off to the left with Hovland over the green.
Yep. It'd be interesting to see what Victor Hovland puts on this one, because he has had the tendency to not be able to catch his pitch shots totally solid. A player behind there who's confident that he's going to go ahead and hit that, but I think we might see him use putter to make it contact that much more consistent.
He does have the flat stick out. Smart play. Tight lie back here with some grain too. Big upslope in the beginning. It's going to try to move right halfway through and then back to the left. We got Scotty's group right next to us, so got some traffic, lots of people. We're excited to see number one player in the world. Needs to slow down. Hit it. Toughest part's about going up and over. You have to get it over that slope, but it's so hard to have the correct touch and feel after that upslope.
No question. He would have practiced so many of those this week too in practice rounds. Practice rounds can end up being a good 3.5 hour, 9 holes, because guys will throw a ton of golf balls around these surfaces and hit different putts to where you think the hole location might be, and give yourself a feel of it. Once again, it's not exactly what you're going to experience, but it gives you an idea. And now you mutter to yourself. And your caddy has to listen.
That's what he's there for.
Mm-hmm.
Psychologist on the course. You can really see the up and down nature of where this hole location is. Kind of caught in between two different camelbacks. And it looks like Lowry has to go up and over one as well.
He does. He's on a low point in the back part of the screen. He's going to try to just sneak right. It's going to go a couple different directions. This green has a lot of movement to it.
Boy, that did not pick up as much speed as I would have anticipated coming down that mound.
It's just mentally draining. Then you got to go ahead and grind over another shot, right? Another 3-4 footer, and it's just a little uneasy, a little uncomfortable. It adds another element when there is this hole right here, and Joanna mentioned Scotty Scheffler's group right over there, and you're trying to go, every other. Hey, you guys go hit a putt, and then we'll hit a putt. It just kind of adds something to your routine that is not needed.
Exactly. It's like ice in the kicker. Throws you off your rhythm.
Long par putt for Morikawa.
Slope, then going to move right at the end.
So after birdieing the 9th hole, it's a sandwich bogey. He had the bogey at 8, the birdie at 9, and now bookends it with a bogey here at the 10th.
And certainly the drive was the culprit. There's no question about it. But managed his game to give himself a putt at it. Once again, really good speed on that putt. Collin Morikawa's rolled his rock pretty good so far today.
Nothing's been easy here today for Viktor Hovland. He's coming off his first birdie of the afternoon at the 9th. Has nearly 16 feet left for his par.
Uphill, there's a little knob up to his right that could influence this in the beginning. Good
well
save.
done. Starting to get some confidence with the putter there, Mark.
It sure is. Now the hole's starting to look like a basketball hoop size, right? He could fit a ton of golf balls in there. Longest putt before that was that 3.5 footer he made at the 9th hole. That's the longest putt he made. Now this 15-footer, and he had to play this out there a good 8 inches. And boy, I was just waiting for this thing to lip out like it has already a couple other times today. And it's like, that's not fair at all. That was nice to get that one to lip in.
Hovland remains 3 over par. Leaders at 3 under par. 7 players at 3 under par. Now he knocks in the birdie. Justin Thomas has joined the party at the top of our leaderboard. Stephen Yeager earlier today was briefly at 4 under par, but nobody since then has been able to get to that mark. 3 has been the number so far. And we move ahead to the par for 11th.
421 yards. The slope's a little left to right. You see where all these golf balls are. He's trying to get it in between all those bunkers. Second shot plays about 8 yards uphill. And this is kind of a fun hole location in that back left section. You can throw it past the hole and to the left, and everything wants to feed down there and possibly go in. It's a really steep green from back to front. If someone does not control their spin great, it can spin all the way down to the front of the green, and then if it catches that, it's going to go 40 yards down into the fairway. So that's what we're going to see guys with their second shots throw it past the hole, have it try to creep back into this back hole location, this par 4. Certainly gettable today.
36 birdies by the field, averaging just under 4 strokes.
And this is the hole they send out the new guys on the crew to go rake. It's like, hey, you got the 11th hole today. 20 bunkers on this par 4.
Straight downwind. Nice feeling. Great one right down the middle.
Yeah, this is a tee shot too, like you're saying, Joanna. Downwind, you can kind of get a little bit lost and fall asleep on it because you're like, this is no problem. 40-yard wide fairway, downwind. You know, it's going to be just a drive and a wedge, but you don't want to fall asleep on it. You got to treat it just as important as any other tee shot. Go ahead and try to hit the best drive you have all day long. Make sure you've got that wedge into this whole location.
Absolutely. You can't fall asleep on any shot in golf, let alone in a major. You got to reward yourself with one down that fairway here. Give yourself a nice short wedge in. Another good one. Just a little more cut to this one, but right center, perfect.
No problem for any of our competitors here at the 11th.
Yeah, a little wedge contest is broken out here at the 11th hole.
Well, we'll see who will hit the bullseye. The wind whipping at the 11. Approach shots upcoming on our featured group.
There are thousands of golf tournaments. The infamous six-man at the Clarksdale Country Club, and the member guest at Cherokee, and pro-ams and amateur match play events. But really, there are only 4 golf tournaments.
Scotty Scheffler wins in a runaway. J.J. Spawn closes the deal. Champion golfer of the year. Lowry, the rare repeat winner at Augusta.
This is the PGA Championship.
Who will hoist the Wanamaker on Sunday in Philadelphia? Well, we are going to find out, and it's going to be a great 4 days of golf. We've already had some great shots today, a couple by our group. Shane Lowry chipping in for eagle at the 9th. We've got some familiar names and some newcomers at the top of the leaderboard right now. As last checked, 7 players tied for the lead at 3 under par. Aldrich Potgieter seemed like he finished his round mark about 17 hours ago. He's been the leader for so long. 67 for the South African. Stephen Yeager, Minwoo Lee, Rio Hasatunte, Martin Keimer. An appearance. He's still out on the course. 3 under par for the former PGA champion. Justin Thomas as well, and Alex Smalley. All tied for the lead.
Hovland first to play, 101. Plays a little bit uphill, but downwind. One of the most severe greens at Aronimink. But they can use that backstop to zip it back close to this hole location. So these are somewhat holeable. Just got to get the right number.
That was a pretty good number from Victor Hovland.
Yeah, nice that par putt at the last. Maybe it'll kind of propel him into some good stuff this back 9.
No doubt. Joanna, where the players are standing out there on the fairway, what kind of visibility do they have of where the pin is and the kind of the undulations on the green?
You really can only just see the flag. You can't see the undulation. That's blind. So you're trusting caddy's number, your intuition here, They know the green complexes through practice rounds and all. So they know they just need that one hop stop, or you got to use the backstop. Yep.
That's how you do it. Kind of replay number 6 here so far.
Yeah, well, I was going to say it kind of feels like the 9th hole where everybody was coming in for birdies and eagle opportunities.
These tour players are just so good at hitting their numbers with wedges, so they know exactly with slope, downwind, where they need to pitch this ball. If this shot were into the wind, it's a very different shot. They'd have to send it beyond it, manage spin, but a little bit of this downwind is almost helping them not use the backstop.
I think in between the two.
Colin is 96 yards. This is his bread and butter. This is the strength of his game.
Second on tour this season in strokes gained approach. A little bite to it.
3 good ones.
Yeah.
Maybe take advantage of one of the scoring holes. Again, you never know when you might make birdies. You might make it on the most difficult hole, hit a good shot, roll on a 30-footer. But certainly, when you have the chance here to hit a wide fairway, give yourself a wedge, it's so nice to be able to kind of execute. It's very satisfying as a player. And now 3 good looks for our guys here to kind of get going in the right direction.
Great green for the spectators, kind of amphitheater style. Everything's elevated around, so good scene here at 11. You can overlook, look at 15, 16. Gorgeous setting right here.
Now, from my experience, it's been a long time since I played here. It was, 15 years ago, a couple times in the AT&T National. But I remember this putt being really fast. Once again, you got to keep it left of the hole because of the ridge to the right. But now you've got a very tricky one down the hill. Is that right, Joanna?
Absolutely. Farther you are up, the faster it gets. So Colin's putt's going to be the quickest. And I'd say Hovland's putt is going to be the easiest because you're putting straight up that hill. But honestly, with the wind off the right, helps with the comfort of this putt just a touch to know it's not going to wildly get away from you sliding left to right. But it definitely needs to feed this down and be really mindful of the speed.
Hovland the closest at 5.5 feet, and a note mark from our stats and info department that Hovland today, he is +4 when he has missed the green, and he is 1 under par when he has hit the green. And actually the 10th hole was the first time today that he made par when he missed the green. Prior to that, he was 0 for 4. So the importance of the approach shots for Viktor Hovland coming into play, and he's got a great look at birdie here at 11. But first it'll be Collin Morikawa to putt for his birdie.
Yep, downhill left to right when you have to kind of visualize a spot and roll it over and trust it from there.
And no practice strokes either, just kind of gets up to it and rolls it.
Slides by the right edge, and he will remain at even par.
Looked like a pretty good putt there. Not all good putts go in.
Two bogeys, a birdie, and an eagle on the first 9 for Shane Lowry. Opportunity here to get one back of our group of leaders.
Seven feet here, probably inside the hole.
Just enough pace for Shane Lowry, who's now 3 under in his last 3 holes and 2 under for the championship.
Just kind of got that thing trickling. That was super fast, but really nice run here as of late. 3, 4, 3 here, 9, 10, and 11.
Hovland could be a little bit more aggressive on this putt uphill. Cloud cover's coming in, getting a little chillier.
Hovland looking to chip away at that hole he dug himself. He was 4 over in his opening 8 holes. A nice birdie for Victor Hovland, his second in his last 3 holes, and brings him back into the middle of the pack at 2 over par.
Starting to get some 1 putts on the card. That certainly helps there, and kind of creeping away at that strokes gained putting number, getting closer and closer to 0 after those 2 nice makes the last 2 holes.
To the 12th we go, 461 yards on this par 4.
Nicknamed Saginaw. Now we got the bunkers down the right side. Once again, that same thing. You're trying to keep it short of those 312-yard bunkers, get over the 250-yard bunker, and then a hole location today over there on the left-hand side. There's a ridge just short of this hole location. You can see the runoff to the left. This is similar to the 3rd hole, the 4th hole on the front 9, where the guys had a really hard time getting it on the proper tier. You see how small that little area is, just about 12 yards from kind of the top of that ridge, the back fringe, and then it's only 5 paces from the left side. So demanding second shot, even if they're able to find the fairway. The wind today, kind of west-northwest wind, should be off the right, so that 461 yards, very manageable.
It is still off the right. Excited crowd to kind of go through here, so quieting the fans. Shane's starting to feel a little bit of momentum. Starting this down the middle, wind's pushing a little down the left side. Might miss just into the rough.
Rough just gobbles it up, doesn't it, Eric?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Swallowed up by the rough. Hey, you know, talked about the patchiness of this rough earlier today, Joanna. You know, aside from the couple times that Shane Lowry hit the ball into the gallery, it's really been impossible for Mark and I to see any time these golf balls go into the rough. They just completely disappear.
Absolutely, and that one is just off, so that might be his worst lie of the day. Again, if you miss it more offline down with the trampled grass, you're okay. Hovland starting it more right. This is a good one, right center.
There's an interesting symmetry here to this golf course, both the front and the back 9. Par 4s, the first 4 holes on each side is par 4s, then followed by a par 3. And watching these guys play, we have seen only drivers on all of these par 4s and 5s. That is very rare this day and age on the PGA Tour or in major championship play. There's usually a handful of holes where guys are hitting 3-woods, hybrids. We've seen only drivers, Joanna.
That's right. Well, we know that when you send it down there and have a wedge in hand, they're all about gaining strokes that way. So the data supports it, and there's no tree trouble in the way to make sure that you're curving it or placing golf balls with a 3-wood or 5-wood. It's just bomb it down there and let's see where it goes. But let's go see Lowry's lie, because that one should be a tough one there.
It also speaks to the challenge of this golf course that despite the bomb and wedge strategy, our leaders are only at 3 under par today. Frisco, Texas will be the host of the 2027 PGA Championship. Right now it is hosting Joe Howlett, the 2024 PGA of America Teacher of the Year. And Joe, I know I always struggle with consistency off the tee when I got the big driver in hand. What do I need to do to help myself find the fairway?
Well, if there's one thing that we can see this week, and I really love watching those guys hit the ball. I really love looking at their numbers and realizing I scored higher on the verbal than the math, because there ain't no way I'm reaching their numbers. But one thing you see with the driver is they don't just get up here and they don't try and hit the ball hard, which the average amateur does. All of them finish their swing. And by that, I mean you can see that speed stay all the way through. So for our average players, if you can get back here and swing all the way through, that was the wind that blew me over, by the way. If you can swing all the way through, odds are you're going to hit a fairly good shot. You might get a couple extra yards without trying to hit it harder.
Joe, we appreciate it. I tell you what, if we have that wind next year at the PGA Championship, there'll be some interesting tests with the driver getting pushed all different kinds of directions for our players. 2 in the fairway here, Joanna, and it's Shane Lowry in the rough. As we take a look at their virtual lies, what does Shane Lowry have left on his approach shot?
He drew a great lie in the rough. Again, that patchy, goes back to that patchy conversation we had earlier. Very good lie. Not going to have any problems here. No tree trouble. All 3 players around 157 yards. This whole location, which is middle left, they just have to contend with an upslope right before this whole location. So hard to get close in general, but Shane definitely drew a nice lie.
I've seen Shane very smartly play away from these kind of holes on the corners. You think back to the second hole, he was off the beaten path. He hit it left of the hole location that was tucked in the right, took his 2-putt. I have a feeling we're going to see the same thing here. He's going to kind of hit it up the gut, and I'd be surprised if this ball is even within 5 yards left of the hole.
Does carry. Landed halfway between 12 and between. Very good.
This is such a good hole location. Anything left of this hole, it's just going to bound to the left. So really need to play it a few paces right. Try to get it on the right shelf. Oof. The good mistake. See him grimacing a little bit, like, oh boy, I got lucky there.
Yeah, he thinks it's going to kind of roll back, but I think it's going to stay up there. I'm not sure if that was an 8-iron or not for him, but Colin, kind of interesting, puts his 8-iron down with his wedges because he wants to think of an 8-iron as a scoring club. If he had it up there with a 7 or 6-iron, he starts kind of taking a little more conservative approach at it, but that was pretty aggressive.
That was a great face from caddy Mark Urbanek. It's like, I don't know, we'll take it.
157 for Hovland. Downwind off the right. Just kind of helped get to this whole location. There's your Dollar Ross. Just can't go left to this whole location. That was risky for Colin, but Hovland did not get away with it. And from 157 from the fairway, it's just one of those you want back.
Lowry wasting no time here.
Smart play. Had to go right of it out of the slight rough lie.
That's exactly where I thought he'd play that, kind of right up the gut. Kind of, I know that kind of means he's likely going to have to putt up that slope, but certainly that's a lot better than where Viktor Hovland's golf ball is and where Viktor is. He's got so many different elements. Where that ball rolled to, he's going to be coming up that green there. I don't think he can. He could putt it, but it's going to be hard then once it gets on the surface to get the line just right. Because if he's just a little too far right, it's going to catch the ridge and go right, make him look really silly. And if it goes a little too far left, he's going to, leave himself 15 feet to the left. So a very awkward one coming up for Viktor.
Definitely awkward, tight lie over there. It almost still feels a little damp under your feet too. Also a nice sprinkler head conveniently located in a place where you would kind of have your first bump into the hill if you were to choose that shot. So it's going to be an interesting play here.
Yeah, and look at that swing again. What's Viktor? I mean, he swings it that way all the time. Kind of aims right, kind of pulls over the top of it, covers the golf ball, and hopes it kind of going to bleed off to the right there. And obviously, with the wind right to left, it just didn't kind of match it up exactly. And like Joanna was saying earlier, you got to make your miss a little to the right, meaning that your best shot should be maybe 12 feet right of the hole. And then a lot of times your shots ended up close to the hole are actually the ones that you miss a little bit, and those happen to be the ones you make some birdies on, and that's kind of what the best players in the world are able to do.
Yes, you just can't miss short-sided, and we saw that on 4 from him. Short-sided, now we're short-sided again, both with mid to short irons in hand. So those are the things he's going to look back on this round and think maybe if I was a little bit more conservative with my target or a little bit more committed to the stroke. But we know mistakes happen, but we can get up and down more often from the long side of the hole rather than short.
All right, we get to see Viktor Hovland's short game on display. We talked about kind of maybe some of his struggles. Certainly Joe Mayo back in 2023 helped him out tremendously, and then he rode that into the FedEx Cup Championship and into a Ryder Cup, helping his team win the Ryder Cup. Let's see how he can do on this little flopper.
Is he going to go elevate and just avoid all the slopes, or hit something a little into it to get it to kill it? A little downwind makes it a little more difficult.
What you see on your screen there that's kind of shiny, I think he wants to land it right there in that upslope on the green.
Well done. It's just hard to get to that hole location.
You got to make the mistake there. You can't miss it short. So yeah, gonna have to rely on the putter. He had the momentum going too from 2 birdies in the last 3 holes, and he's gonna have to rely on the putter that's been hot on this 9 so far here to avoid his 5th bogey of this round.
Shane Lowry from just under 31 feet away. He's now 1 back of the lead. 2 under par, really riding the wave, Joanna, of that chip-in eagle at 9.
So I got a little pep in his step. Got past those couple squirrely tee shots in the front. This is a pretty good look here, uphill. Bit of a ridge, a couple paces in front of him to navigate. Overall, should be a little right to left, but not a ton of movement in this one.
For a share of the lead, Shane Lowry at the 12th. Good speed, just missing a little to the left.
Good speed there. That was a nice stroke to that. Confident, good rhythm. You can tell he's starting to feel it when you miss putts by a little bit beyond. You know you're starting to get the touch of these greens.
Good solid par there after his first missed fairway since the second hole. His first missed fairway to the left today too, and just kind of taking his medicine. You're always wanting a little more as you kind of see the grimace on his face, like, oh, maybe I could have made birdie. But you know what? It was a solid, easy par.
Looks like Hovland is away. This should be uphill right to left.
Oh, what an up and down for Viktor Hovland to avoid a bogey at the 12th.
A tale of 2 9s on the greens. And going back to that approach shot, Tiger Woods was one of the best of that in terms of swinging aggressively to a conservative target, meaning that in that situation you'd be aiming for like something 4 yards right of the hole, and you don't try to pull it on line. As we look at Collin Morikawa for birdie, Joanna.
His feet are above the ball, so it should slide a little to his right. Oh yes, here we go.
How about it? Collin Morikawa, he was surprised that his ball on the approach stayed up on the mound and didn't trickle back down to where Viktor Hovland ended up. And he takes the fortuitous lie and turns it into a birdie.
The good putting continues there.
And Mark, you mentioned it earlier, but the iconic shot from Collin Morikawa at the 16th in the final round of his first major victory at Harding Park, the PGA Championship in his hometown. And the eagle at 16. En route to a victory and a birdie here at 12 in the opening round sends him to 1 under par and 2 back in the lead here today.
Now they're up to the shortest par 4.
If more in, it would be worth it, but I don't think so. It just doesn't make sense.
And I think he might have pulled less than driver, which, Mark, to your point, we haven't seen it all today, but we'll get a virtual flyover and then check in with the club choice here on this par 4 13th.
Yeah, 207 yards over that left bunker, and then I like some of the longer hitters would like to just kind of drive it up here left side. He got out of bounds, kind of creeps in on you just a little bit, gets into the player's head. So once again, being a short hole like this, like, hey, why don't we just get it in the fairway, give ourselves some sort of a full wedge to go ahead and attack this front hole location.
It is less than driver on the tee for Morikawa.
Oh, you hate that when you're just laying up and you miss the fairway, and that's going to be tough to that front hole location coming out of the rough. Going to be really tough to stop it.
Lowry, one of 8 players at 2 under par on the day, and that one also misses the fairway with less than driver.
And this just hybrid for Victor. Again, you got 270 yards over the left bunker. They're trying to just kind of keep it over there to the right. So headed towards those bunkers down the left side. It looks like it took a seat just short of it. All good now. Great angle, too.
So Victor, after the great up and down at the 12th, finds the fairway here at the 13th. And our group, 6 under par, our last 4 holes, starting to get some momentum here in round number 1.
The Wanamaker weighs 32 pounds. Which weighs more, the Wanamaker or the Stanley Cup?
Stanley Cup. Thank you.
And that's the Stanley Cup with all the big Stanley Cup, right? I assume it's less than the Stanley Cup. Off sheer size, I think it weighs less than the Stanley Cup.
That is correct. Unbelievable.
There you go. Huh. Did all right.
Well, whatever it weighs, I'm sure the winner is happy to hoist it over their head at the end of the PGA Championship, the 108th time someone will walk away with the Wanamaker Trophy. Justin Thomas making the turn, tied for the lead at 3 under par. Shane Lowry in our group in a gaggle at 2 under par. That includes Sahith Theegala and Patrick Reed. And then Ryan Gerard, Nikolai Højgaard, and others round out the group under par here in round number 1. Alongside 5-time PGA Tour winner Mark Wilson, I'm Eric Rothman. Joanna Coe, the director of instruction at Marion Golf Club, is with our group. And right now, Joanna, Shane Lowry in conversation with his caddy Darren Reynolds here on his approach shot at 13.
152 out of the rough. Not a great lie. Probably his worst of the day. Obviously with a front right hole location Just kind of aiming for that run-up area. That's pretty well done.
Good spot to get up and down indeed, and I love most of these greens. There's a run-up spot. Sometimes it's very wide, but you can go ahead and run it up. Shane trying to use that there, despite the difficult lie.
Colin has 137. Similar lie. I feel like I saw a little bit more of the ball here, but with 15 yards less makes it that much easier. But he's kind of aiming for that run-up area as well. Came out squirrely, knuckly.
I'll be kind of pitching across that bunker, not a lot of green to work with, but still kind of slope back towards him. A good spot to get up and down.
Hovland from my primo spot here. 116, winds into locations front right. He can use a little bit of a shelf beyond it and spin it backwards.
It looked like it wanted to spin there, Mark, and just kind of hung up on the hill.
It did. It's catching the ridge a little bit. It's going to get better.
Yeah, it is. The way that the first hop it took, it really looked like it was going to spin back hard and just kind of trickled a little bit down that hill. At least not what I was expecting when I saw it bounce at first.
Likewise, it's more about gravity there than it was spin in the end for Victor. That'll be a quick one down the hill, but inside of 10 feet there to kind of keep the birdies going here. Our 2 birdies in his last 4 holes. Great par save at the last. And this hole here, 365 yards, is kind of the longest it's really going to play. They're going to talk about moving the tee up. They have a tee box up about 50 yards. They could make this hole closer to like 300, 280 if they really wanted to. When I played the senior PGA a few weeks ago, we had a short par 4 that we literally played it at 265 yards one day, but it was a heavily guarded green by bunkers, very difficult up and downs, but it just screamed at you to hit it up there. And that's kind of what we all did, and just kind of relied on your short game. So we'll see this hole play a little different from day to day, I think, in terms of yardage.
Joanna, where Colin and Shane are they similarly going to want to do what Victor did, which is kind of throw it behind the hole and use that slope backwards?
I doubt that. Colin, I think because he's out of the rough, he's not going to be able to spin it. He's looking at the lie. I think he's just going to send this up, flop, try to avoid that upslope right in front of him. Shane's shot, mostly straightforward here. Kind of pitch it maybe a third on the green. Yep.
Yeah, Shane
Great
actually,
play.
it's tough for us to see there, Joanna. Shane actually wound up a lot closer than it looked like where we saw him take his second shot. So he'll have that left for par.
Colin kind of waiting for the players to leave the 14th tee. From the practice strokes, and he's just laying the blade wide open. I think we're just sending it up and landing it 1 or 2 paces before the hole. Beautiful.
That was pretty nifty right there. You just got to trust it, kind of open that face up and just let it glide underneath. I feel like that shot is easier from the rough there. You got that little bit of cushion versus kind of a tight fairway lie. Let your hands just kind of release underneath it. Colin did that beautifully.
As Mark mentioned, Viktor Hovland 2 birdies in his last 4 holes. He has been clawing his way back after he was 4 over par through 8. And that included a long par save. Just a hole ago.
Well, it looked like he was leaning to the right when I was looking at him with his aim point. I know he feels it in his feet, but certainly it looked like he was kind of off to the right. So this has got to be maybe a cup outside left, Joanna?
I would think the greens book tells me this should go a little to the right. He didn't throw up any fingers, though.
He's got the line lined up kind of straight. I'd say left center, if anything.
Did he pull that a little bit?
He did not. According to his line, Joanne, it started left center, and it just kind of lost speed at the end, and it looked like it was still going to go in, and just missed on the left side there. So frustrating after that great wedge shot. But I thought he kind of thought that was one of those you can kind of play down the fall line. I think he was just like, get it going. You can actually, gravity helps you on that straight downhill one for the ball to stay on line. A little more pace and that would have gone in.
Good save here. Nice display of short game by both players. Very different shots. One went low, one went high. And only a few steps away from each other.
Yeah, good composure for Colin there. You know, you missed the fairway on a short par 4 like this, just trying to lay up, and he just kind of moved on and made a great save. Good, all smiles there at 1 under par.
Shane Lowry, after a bumpy start, has really ironed things out and has played some really steady golf.
He sure has, and still the only eagle on the 9th hole all day. Shane Lowry is the man who owns that. How about John Rahm making eagle at the 2nd hole today? That par 4, his first hole out on a par 4, his first eagle on a par 4 in major championship history for John Rahm.
Rahm actually had an albatross last week at the Live tournament as well, so no stranger to fireworks recently. And we move to the par 3 14th hole. And you see the final stretch, 14, 15, 17, and 18 all playing over par. 16, the only of the final 5 holes to be playing under par by the field today. So not a lot of birdie opportunities the rest of the way. I'm sure that was part of the frustration with Viktor Hovland after that missed putt. He knows that there's just not a whole lot of birdies left to be had.
And seldom here at Aronimink do you go in the same direction for the next hole. It only happens twice, really, on that front 9, the 4th and 5th hole, and now here on the 13th and 14th holes, back-to-back holes go in the same direction. Otherwise, you're kind of turning, feel like from hole to hole, and it just kind of certainly keeps you on your toes. You know, wondering which direction we're going, what's the wind doing. These guys have certainly great yardage books that have the wind direction in them. That shows you where, I should say, where north is, right? And then they know where the wind's supposed to be coming from. The flags behind the greens certainly help these players. But it really makes a difference, you know, thinking, hey, this is just left to right, or is it helping left to right? Is it hurting left to right? Certainly these guys have got to be so precise with their yardages. It's just another variable they got to put into the equation.
Yeah, a group ahead of us still on the green here at the 14th. 2 par 3s in those final 5 holes, including the 17th.
More off the left and cornering, or I mean teetering?
Should be more off the left. I do on this tee at the moment. I feel more in.
Adam Scott, Daniel Berger, Corey Connors, the group in front. Connors tied for the lead at 3 under par. 7 players at that score right now.
Solid 210, maybe 212. Right?
Yeah. I was gonna say 210.
Like if it feels like right now, then I say I think 210.
Yeah.
Problem is like I'm kind of in between. You know what I mean? It's called.
Let's just say that won't come off like more than like a foot. Let's just say
Here's the thing. Shot shape wise, I feel like 5 I can hit the green, 4 I can get closer.
Always fun listening in to player caddy conversations. Colin Morikawa, Mark Urbanek is caddy, 5th ranked golfer in the world. And while we have a break, let's check in with what's going on around the course. 6 players tied for the lead at 3 under par, including Justin Thomas and Martin Keimer, 2 former champions. Scoring by sides, the back 9 so much more difficult. And Scotty Scheffler actually birdied the 10th, so he is now 2 under par, the defending PGA champion. There's some interesting names at the top of this leaderboard, and they do not include Rory McIlroy. A struggle down the stretch. 5 of the last 6 holes. He started on the back 9 and so finished on the front with a disappointing 39. Final 4 holes with bogeys for the first time in his major career. Green is cleared, and here's Morikawa.
Plays down 5 yards, but wind is into off the left, but hard to field. This tee box feels a little covered by trees, but once that ball gets up in the air, wind just hits it.
Hole location 27 paces on, so we're looking at a putt about 60, 70 feet for Colin coming up.
It's another one of those that we saw in 7 with a back hole location. It's really hard to trust that the wind is there, so it's easy to come up short, easy to kind of not commit through it, but the wind is there. It's just covered right here by the trees. We've got a couple houses to our left, so you can see the flags on these grandstands really whipping.
The hole location in that back corner too, up a little bit of a ridge.
It's almost like the wind died on him. Started on a pretty good line.
That wind up in the bunker there, Joanna?
I believe so. Either rough or bunker. Heading towards Lowry's ball.
Had a few of those today.
Yeah,
7 of 14
Mark.
greens of regulation.
Yeah, well, it just also seems like hard left has been his miss.
No doubt.
So Lowry and Hovland, some trouble. And they're going to need to punch out of the bunkers like Rocky Balboa, the Philadelphia legend.
The course doesn't move. The opponent does, ahead, behind, around the course, up and down the leaderboard. Both are the enemy. Not either or, yes and. To win a major, you'll have to beat the course and your fellow competitors.
So Victor Hovland having to battle the course here at the 14th. The bottom at the green side, or one of the green side bunkers, I should say, Joanna.
Clean lie. He's going to have to land a little bit on a down slope, slightly short-sided, but lay it wide open. Try to hit it with some spin. It's pretty well done.
That seems like
similar shot here. Maybe a little bit of an easier lie, but need to stop this with height and spin. Clean lie.
The hard part is it coming from so far down, you know, to get the ball up in the air, and then right on that down slope, Victor looked like he hit it about as good as he could, and now faced with another long par putt, but he's certainly passed the test already on this 9.
Exactly. Plus downwind too does not make this any easier. Oh, it was almost too good.
That was filthy. He's 7th on the PGA Tour this season. Proximity from the sand to the hole, 7.5 feet. PGA Tour averages of just under 10 feet. And boy, he had a lot of spin on that one. That sounded so good.
That was so good. Landed like a butterfly. Not sure how you can hit this one short. So good. Colin, lengthy putt here. Uphill. Hard to get it back there. It almost, when you're looking at it after the whole location, starts to go down towards that bunker in the back. So easy to kind of come up short with fear of almost hitting it to the back fringe, which can be done.
I've only seen one 3-putt from down here today. It doesn't mean people are getting it close to the hole, but they've somehow managed to get it within 2 shots to get it down. And sort of, we talked about how good Colin's speed has been all day long. This will test him.
Yes, he has 65 feet. Not so much about the left to right or right to left slope, just lengthy and uphill. This is great.
Morikawa's putting today has really been aggressive. It's been the right speeds, really giving him a chance to find birdies on some of these tough par 4s and these long par 3s. Real quick, let's send it down to Joe Hallett in Frisco. Joe, talking a little bit about bunker execution here.
Well, guys, okay. Those bunkers that literally, the lips are as tall as they are. I'm in here at about 6'3". That's another, I don't know, 6 feet. To get the ball out of the bunker, and you see a lot of different characteristics that the world are doing. Leaning left, dropping the hands. For the average player, the mistake is trying to lean everything backwards and help get that ball up in the air. One is, I want you to stand a little closer and a little taller. 2, I'm going to have you kind of raise your hands a little bit, so now the club is going to work down. If you can take your swing and finish,
Do it one time. Do it.
things are going to happen. We'll do those. There's the ball with some height out of the bunker, and we did it a relative.
I appreciate you, Joe, and we'll get back down to you soon, and appreciate all the instruction we've been getting from Joe all afternoon long. And Victor Hovland not able to convert the sand save, so likely another bogey on the card for Victor Hovland here at the 14th.
I think out of the bunker, you know, what Joe was saying, I love it. And also just use loft. Use the loft of the club. Open up that 6-degree wedge, make it have more loft, and just believe in that. Swing through it. Even, you know, go down and have some fun. Get like a 9-iron, 8-iron in the bunker and open it up and see how high you can hit it with that. And then when you go to your 60-degree wedge, it's that much easier.
This could actually move towards the back of the green. Really hard to read these putts back here. There's a little spine that can make it go right, make it go left.
Exactly, Joanna. And that's what Shane was motioning. Like, hey, if I push that a little bit, like start on the right edge, it's going to go right. I mean, that whole location right there, we can see in our screen, it's kind of where the color changes, where the grain changes. So you can see how it's light going away, and then it's dark on the other side. So they found this whole location right there where it changes, making it so difficult. Granted, it's 220-yard par 3. That's tough enough. And then this whole location, a tough spot. Big reason why this hole has seen 47 bogeys and 6 double bogeys already before our even group got here.
Disappointing bogey for Shane Lowry, his 3rd bogey of the day, the first on this second 9. Drops him back to 1 under par.
This is kind of like hitting a putt on a ruler. And it's one of those where you got to just play this dead straight. You push it a little bit, it's going to miss right. You pull a little left, it's going to miss left.
One thing we've seen, Mark, with this group today is that, you know, you can say whatever you want about the redesign of the course and removing trees and lengthening holes. The fact of the matter is, at least for our group here today, is that they've been penalized for poor shots. You've missed the fairway or you missed the green. These guys have struggled to get up and down for par. And in a major championship tournament, that's what you want to see. And you don't necessarily have to have, you know, the extras on the course in order to make it difficult. You know, this course, the design in and of itself, you know, if you're not accurate with your drives or your approach, you're going to pay the price for it.
That's right. There's not tons of penalty areas, so there's a chance to recover. It's just going to have to be a pretty heroic shot a lot of times, especially if you short side yourself.
So both Lowry and Hovland bogeys out of the bunker on 14, and we move to the long par 4 15th next. Well, our defending champion has wasted no time getting to the top of the leaderboard. He has birdied 4 of his last 6 holes and now is tied for first at 3 under par. He has hit 9 fairways, 8 of 11 greens, and has putted just 16 times through 11 holes.
Impressive stuff indeed, driving it that straight. And we talk about the wider fairways, but still so imperative to get it in the fairway, to not have just one errant miss. Impressive there for world number 1.
To the 15th, a long par 4, 529 yards. Colin Morikawa at the tee, Joanna.
Just an absolute beast of a hole. Gotta hit the fairway here, but it's pretty forgiving. Good one down the left. This is a front right hole location, so it'd be nice to access this from the left side.
Well, it's going to be a missed fairway in the stat book, but it's sat up as good as anyone I've seen so far today, so that'll be just fine here on this lengthy par 4.
This one heading just down the left side. Does not look like a great lie there.
No, it doesn't, Joanna. That one goes gobbled up a little bit. Good news, once again, you've got room to run it up here, like so many greens here at Aronimink. But he's going to be out there 225 yards away.
This one heading a little left as well. Okay.
Well, the shot dispersion will be pretty tight off the tee here at the 15th. Everybody favoring that left side. Shane Lowry, the worst of the 3. We'll see where they wound up when we return.
What is Scrapple?
Scrapple? I have no idea. No idea what Scrapple is.
It's very close to that board game with letters.
Had it plenty of times. To describe it, be kind of like just like a type of sausage, like chopped up, I think. Yes, no.
It's like a breakfast food. I don't want to say it's like a mix. Is it like a corned beef hash like type thing?
Traditional mush of fried pork scraps and trimmings combined with cornmeal and wheat flour.
Anything with mush in it, I'm out.
So we'll be skipping that then.
Sounds like my worst nightmare.
I'd dabble. I'd dabble in some Scrapple.
Scrapple, not Scrabble. Joanna, how often is Scrapple on the breakfast menu at your household?
Oh my God. My grandfather loves Scrapple, and therefore my mom loves Scrapple. Yes, I've had it several times, but it has not been on the menu for, oh my gosh, 20 years. I don't even want to know what's in it.
We have something similar in my hometown of Cincinnati. It's called Geta. It's similarly a breakfast meat concoction that you probably would be fine not knowing the ingredients to or where it came from. You know, every region, every city, Mark, has its own delicacies. And that's what we're out here to do, is to educate the players about where they're playing and the traditions of the towns.
I'll stick with my deep dish pizza from Chicago.
For breakfast? There you go.
Sure. From the night before, if I can't finish it.
Of that. Larry drew actually an okay lie in this rough, believe it or not. Very patchy area, and I saw a lot of practice swings and divots in that area. So commonplace, just because this fairway just drifts the ball right to left. Okay lie, 225. Hard to get to this whole location. It's front right. Wind is off the right, downwind. So he's just trying to run up something. Pin high would be great. Asking for it to kick straight.
I don't think he wants it over. That is just fine.
That's a good shot. Hovland, 221 in the fairway, ball a little above his feet. Can control it a little bit more, but downwind. This green is it's probably the least severe green on the entire golf course, so if you're within a 20-foot circle, you got a good shot.
That's close to that 20-foot circle. Maybe just a hair out of that, but that proximity to the hole today average is 47 feet, and less than 50% of the fields hit this green in regulation. So well done there for Victor.
Colin has 216 on that first cut. It's sitting down a little bit. Not the best lie for it only being a couple feet off the fairway. It's going to roll out a little bit. Just needs to kind of accurately place it up the front of the green. You see that roll out just from that, just 1 foot sitting down in that rough. Made it a little harder to control that golf ball.
But it's a birdie putt, so a pretty good play there for Kyle Morikawa. You saw him grip down on the shaft there. That just shows he's focused more on accuracy, making solid contact, and just kind of getting it up there somewhere. And it worked out in the end, and now he's got a long putt for birdie, and we've talked about his speed. Why not another one just right in terms of his gauge on the greens? We'll see.
Long par 4 here at the 15th, and opportunities, albeit not the easiest of opportunities, but they're opportunities for birdies.
And the design of this hole is nice. The green sits a little bit more back to front, a little steeper, not as undulated, so that it'll hold the shots into the green. So yes, 530 yards is a really long par 4. But in this day and age, obviously it's nice to have guys going in with a mid-iron into a par 4 for a change.
Only 5 birdies at this hole here today. See, the safe play has kind of just been the center of the green. Work it down there, take your par, and move on.
It'll feel like a birdie probably, you know, make it 4 at this hole. 15th hole playing, obviously one of the more difficult. It was kind of interesting you talking about that earlier, how the back nine is so many more over par than the front nine. The front nine about 89 over par, 89 shots over par, but that 8th hole alone is 67 strokes over par. So kind of the meat of that difficulty on the front nine is really on that 8th hole. And then of course you've got these holes like 10, 15, then 17, 18, and 14. You know, the guys who just came through that par 3 are the ones that are really testing everybody today. This hole playing 4.333. So, you know, about a 3rd stroke over par on this par 4.
They're hoveling 3 over par. Both Shane Lowry and Colin Morikawa 1 under par. 3 under is the score everybody's chasing right now.
You see Colin kind of walking down his line there. He's going to stop probably a couple different times. He can just kind of feel the slope. And kind of look at the other side of the hole, kind of give himself a little visual there in terms of, you know, uphill, downhill, that kind of stuff. Put it all into the computer and then go ahead and hit send.
Looks like Colin will go farther away from the hole than Shane, even though Shane's off the green. Like you said, you're just kind of reading this putt in 3 different parts. Okay, what's doing the beginning, middle, end. End will break a little bit more left to right. Just ever so slightly left to right the entire way. It is downhill, but it is into the wind. Might offset just a touch.
I like how you said kind of putting into thirds a little bit too, because obviously then, you know, when the first third, the ball's going a lot faster, not going to break as much. That last third is really when it's going to kind of slow down. It's really going to take the break. So you kind of break it up into segments like that, you can dial in how much break is really going to happen, usually a little bit better.
Exactly. His pace has been very good from distance. It's very nice to have another one here. Just hitting that wall of wind, go a little bit.
Bad effort from 78 feet away.
I think it's about expectations on those long ones too. Now, don't get me wrong. I am trying to see my golf ball get up there near the hole, and from that distance, I'm thinking about the right speed to get it to trickle up to the hole. If I'm inside 30 feet, I'm thinking more about a speed that it might run about a foot past. But realistically, I think the 10% rule is pretty good for me. Like if I have a 78 footer, I'm going to think, hey, if I get that within 7 feet 8 inches of the hole, I should be okay with that. You know, so just kind of set those expectations a little bit so that you're kind of giving yourself a little grace when you have such a long putt like that.
Absolutely, that hula hoop around the hole gets a little bigger the farther you are away. 10% is a good rule of thumb. Shane with a pretty nice look here, even though he's putting from off the green fringe fairway area. He's going to go right off his feet, then left.
Within the 10% rule as well for Shane Lowry. And they did record Morikawa 6 feet 11 inches left to go, so 70-foot plus putt. He is within that 10% ring.
Victor got a nice look from Colin's putt. Downhill left to right, but into the wind. Saw Collins slow up at the end there. So I'm sure Victor was paying attention to that.
Oh, that's a bit rude. That had to look good for a long time. This day's really tested his patience.
Just kind of skated by on the low side there on the right, Mark.
See how far left he's aiming. I mean, that's a good 8 feet left of the hole. See how much that thing breaks. Even with the speed he had, basically going sideways at the end.
And same result from our Morikawa.
Looked like a pretty good putt where he had that thing set up. He had it set up about 5 inches outside left, you know, from 7 feet away. Decent speed, really. It just wants to go sideways at the end.
And now back to even par. His 4th bogey of the day.
A little bit of the percentages, you're just more likely to 3-putt than 2-putt from that distance. So this is a very large green, and his lie wasn't great in that first cut of rough. So you can't really blame that second putt. It just is what it is from 60, 70 feet.
That's right. I thought those expectations once again, Joanna, like you're saying. I mean, you got to realize that you're going to even the best players in the world are going to 3-putt that one about a third of the time, if not more than that.
Exactly.
Victor, a couple holes here on this back nine, Mark, that I'm sure he feels like he deserved a better result. Lowry manages a par here at the 15th. And we're on to our final stretch, the final 3 holes. Par 5, 16th. Coming up from Philadelphia at Aronimink Golf Club, the 2026 PGA Championship. We'll move ahead to the 16th hole, the second and final par 5 on the course here today. And the easiest hole on the course at the BMW Championship in 2018. Shane Lowry with driver on this slight dog leg to the left, Joanna.
He's tugged this left, going over those bunkers.
Carried it, but it's in the rough.
You know, this wind direction off the left, the fairway slopes left to right. This is a sneaky hard fairway to hit with this wind direction. You almost need to hit a draw to make sure it stays in the fairway.
And Shane gave it a little extra on that one.
Those pulls go farther.
They do. They feel so good too.
Right? Flushed. This one's starting in a nice line. So that ball just sliding down the right. Did that stay in there?
It did, yeah. It's going to stay on the right side of the fairway, and he landed on the left side of the fairway. About 4 mile an hour extra ball speed on that one for Victor than he's had all day.
Good ball. Yeah, I'd try too if I was 3 over.
That nestled down.
Yeah, little slinger. Left to right from Colin Morikawa, 2 in the rough. Oh, of course, Pats and Geno's, the rivalry of cheese sticks in Philadelphia. I'll take either right about now.
Yeah, the Liberty Bell is a big deal. But let's get real. Say Philly, and most people think cheesesteak. Around here, it's not only a delicacy, it's a discussion. A heated one. Pats or Geno's. Chopped meat or sliced. With whiz or without. The argument never ends, so let's just say this. Come here for the history, stay for the cheesesteak. Tastes like home.
Mark, I can smell it. I can taste it. I need one delivered. There's 3 holes to go. And then all these fans and players can go gorge on some Philadelphia dining. Hello to you. And hello to everybody at home. We appreciate you joining us here. And ESPN Plus, we partner with the PGA of America to present the 2026 PGA Championship. Alongside Mark Wilson, I'm Eric Rothman. Joanna Coe has been working hard on the course. She deserves a good dinner after this is all done. She's got to get up and teach lessons in the morning before our featured group coverage in the afternoon.
Full day, yes.
Group ahead of us here at the 16th, finishing up on the green.
It's a quick turnaround for these guys too that teed off in the afternoon after 1 o'clock. You know, they're going to finish, you know, right around 6:30, 7 o'clock, and then they're pegging it 7:30, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, 8:30-ish, something like that. So they got to certainly get back, get that Philly cheesesteak in them quick.
That'll put you to sleep. Nice heavy meal like that. Colin Morikawa's second shot here at the par 5.
There's some cross bunkers, 3 bunkers down the right, 2 down the left side. He's just trying to avoid those, kind of get it up there, give himself 100 yards to a hole location that's cut over on the left side of the green. Him and his wife Catherine expecting a baby soon, so you know what? Catch up on your sleep while you can, Colin.
Mm-hmm. It's one of the cool things if you're a fan of the PGA Tour is following these players week in and week out. You get to meet their families as well, and so many of them travel with their wives and children. Scotty Scheffler's son has become quite the celebrity.
Yeah, one of the coolest things we were able to do as a family there until my oldest got into first grade. We kind of decided, yeah, it's time to stay home for my wife. But boy, we have some great memories. The kids still kind of remember the different towns that they went to, the different tour stops, Hilton Head Island being one of their favorites. They remember going to Aronimink early when they were really little, though, for the AT&T Nationals, all that kind of stuff. They remember that, and I'll remember it forever, too. We got some great pictures of it, some videos, and now I got one going off to college next year. It goes by fast.
So Colin was not aiming for the green, so he decided to hit, but both Victor and Shane are waiting for the green to clear. Hopefully is our last bottleneck of the day. Some roars from elsewhere on the golf course.
It's always fun, the echoes of all that stuff, the cheers, you know, what happened, especially now with all these trees taken away, the sound travels a little better.
All right, Victor Hovland's ready to go.
That for 266 yards, really nice line. Him and Shane, I don't know for sure. Looks like it's just short in the fairway there. A little pitch shot, maybe even put putter on it.
Lowry quickly following Hovland, and that is, well, it's sitting up nicely, but it is directionally, I don't think, where he wanted to be.
Yeah, certainly, but you got to miss it on that side. I mean, he took a huge lash at that, didn't he? He had a horrible angle from that left rough. You miss it in that front bunker, it is so tough to get it close to the hole. At least now he's kind of coming across the green. He's going to have probably 50, 60 yards, kind of pitching back into the wind. So, yeah, not totally ideal. I'd love to have hit it in that green side bunker on the right side. I think would have been a great spot to play from, but still in a good spot there. Tons of green to work with to get that thing up and down. See if he can play these par 5s 3 under today.
Well, yeah, he's done that a few times. He definitely, Lowry did it. The eagle chip in on, what was that, 8? Excuse me, on the 9th hole, where it seemed like both Hovland and Morikawa made more aggressive shots to get closer to the pin or get up to the top of the green, and Lowry was kind of taking the correct angle and has given himself some opportunities either to save par or make birdie or eagle by just kind of playing the angles in the right direction and giving himself space to work with. 93 yards for Morikawa.
Yeah, hole location tucked on the very left portion of the green. Wind left to right. Oh, yes. Controlled the spin nicely, too, right below the hole. He's looking to play the par 5s 2 under if he can roll that into for that one there to get himself back to under par before the difficult finish of 17 and 18. He's hung in there good. The back looks pretty good. A couple of the swings early seemed like when he missed it left on 2 and 3, I was like, oh boy, looks like he's just not quite getting through. But for the most part, Collin Morikawa's been able to move decently, and he's figured it out. He said he's got to figure out a different way to get around the golf course with this new kind of back uncomfortableness.
Sun setting here in the Philadelphia area. Crowds have thinned out a little bit. I'm sure many of them following Scotty Scheffler a few holes behind us. 32 birdies today on this par 5. And nobody has been as far right as Shane Lowry has on this green side up and down.
Coming right up the fat of the green, though, and in terms of slopes, too, it's just going to kind of be back at him. I mean, there's nothing that difficult about this shot. The only thing that would come into my mind would be like, hey, I cannot hit this a little too hard. Like, if you kind of get a little bit aggressive with this and kind of run it through the green into the rough or in the bunker, you're just kind of kicking yourself. So it's kind of easy to maybe come up a little bit short on this one, you know, maybe leave it 15, 20 feet short out of just being a little protective.
Yeah, he's walked all the way up to the hole to see the line he wants to take.
Yeah, in this situation, he's certainly just looking at it. I mean, with the ability to use rangefinders in the PGA Championship, a situation like this, there wouldn't be necessarily a sprinkler head over there to get the right yardage, so he would get the yardage with the rangefinder. But he wants to go up there and really look at what this looks like. The nearby 17th tee might be part of the wait.
Joanna, I know there's a group around, a group of fans around where Lowry's ball is, but what's he looking at here for his third shot?
Yes, he's just kind of waiting for groups on 17, 15, a lot of activity here, but he has a wonderful angle here. I didn't get to his golf ball to check out the live, but I do see the ball from here, so that's good news. So at the end, it's definitely going to kick this ball off that bunker to the right. You don't want to be too aggressive and make that mistake. So anything 10 feet right of this hole would be a great shot. Waiting for Adam Scott to hit on 17. It's pretty much right in his line, through line.
Yeah, out of respect, too. If he hits a really good shot, the fans around 16 start clapping. And just once again, they're being considerate to their fellow competitors.
That's right. And 9 tee as well. We have 3 tees and a green right here. A lot of traffic.
Championship golf is a little bit about waiting. You know, people get so annoyed with slow play and waiting on a golf course. There's something about collecting your thoughts and thinking through a shot that I really enjoy. And when you got 156 golfers on the golf course trying to get through a difficult test like Aronimink in these conditions, it's going to take a little bit longer, so be ready to wait a little bit.
Exactly, it is their job, so they have to manage their time, their energy.
Oh, no. Oh.
Came out a little fluffy.
It's so damn.
Yeah, chalk that up to kind of misreading the lie, I think, overall. And I talked about maybe being a little cautious, not letting it run through the green, but I think it was more about misreading the lie.
Hovland here, I think he's going to hit something with some spin. Just a few paces off the green, has a bit of that slope off the bunker to navigate, so I think he's just going to avoid it and hit a high spinner here, mid to high spinner. Yep. Oh, so good.
Sets him up for a short birdie putt, and Victor has had some tough luck on birdie putts today, but that one hopefully should not be a problem for him.
That was nifty right there, and like to Joanna's point too, like you could go ahead and maybe hit something lower along the ground, but then you bring in that slope, and it's like, hey, you know what, I'm just going to get rid of this slope, and I'm going to hit up and over that thing. And he aggressively got through the golf ball there, caught it nicely, and that was a crowd pleaser with all that spin.
And that's your benefit of being from the fairway rather than the rough. Lose that friction from the rough.
Even helpful around the greens, Joanna, not just with the approach shots, for sure.
Exactly.
All right, so Joanna, what's your go-to putting drill in terms of, you know, lengthy putts? We've seen tons of putts today, over 40 feet. Is there anything you like to teach your students or do yourself to dial in your speed for, you know, long putts, 30 to 80 feet, so to speak?
You know, when I'm watching my students in clinics and lessons, it's a lot about length of stroke. So we do some drills of making sure that the backstroke and the through stroke is long enough for this type of distance. What we see a lot with higher index golf is short backstroke, and then they absolutely try to hammer it through. Well, you need to lengthen that backstroke. So of course you're going to do drills with a big hula hoop around it. Give yourself that 10% goal like we just chatted about on the last hole. But you see here that these guys are really good at lengthening the backstroke, and their through stroke either matches or is a little bit short of the backstroke just because of the momentum of the putt, and it collides with the golf ball, so it slows the putter down. Riding that hill, that was really well done.
Yeah, that's a really good point. If you're not hitting it, Joanna, then obviously it should be shorter on the way through because it's running into a golf ball. That should take some of that energy. That's a great tip.
Exactly. When two things collide, it slows it down. So if you are following through too much to the hole, that's wasted energy. You're not accelerating at the right point. So you really should accelerate in transition.
Par at the 16th here for Lowry to remain at 1 under.
I'm sure not many people see, I'm sure we haven't seen this putt many times today, kind of in between the hole location and the bunker, not much space here. It should be relatively straight. He did put up one finger, so might be inside the lip on either right or left.
That might have been just a speed. Yeah, it might have been just a speed issue, Eric. I think more than anything there, it was one of those where he picked a line, and you know, it seems like his holding speed is more like, you know, 12 inches past, and that one about 24 inches past, and it just didn't give it time to take that little bit of break. So as good of a putting day as it's been, you wonder if that's getting in his head just a little bit. You know, a couple misses inside of 10 feet here on the last two holes for Colin.
Just want to reward himself for a nifty pitch shot here.
Well played hole, 4 good shots.
And a birdie for Hovland at the 16th. It's a lot of shapes and geometry on the card. +2 on the day. And really just haven't found a whole lot of momentum from any of our players here today. You had that stretch for Lowry between the 9th and the 12th hole where he was feeling it, but not a ton of energy and excitement with this group. It's been a lot of grinding and kind of 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and everybody has kind of been around the same score for nearly the entire round.
It's really jam-packed too, Eric. I mean, we got, the 1-overs right now are tied for 71st. Are tied for 51st, and then the 2-overs are tied for 71st. So we're basically saying between the leaders at 3 under down to 1 under is 70 players. That's nearly half the field. So it's really jam-packed right now.
And definitely for Viktor Hovland, 2 over par. Considering where he was through his first 8 holes, he has by no means shot himself out of this tournament in day 1. So if he can kind of hold steady here in the final 2 holes, nobody has been able to eclipse 3 under par, at least to finish their round. Steven Jaeger did it briefly before finishing with the 67. And right now, Scotty Scheffler, the only player still on the course that's at 3 under par. Or excuse me, Alex Smalley is there as well.
But how about Scotty Scheffler getting off to a better start? I mean, that's kind of been the only thing this season you could say. He's kind of started out a little slow, shooting some over par rounds, maybe just a round par to kind of get himself behind the 8 ball in some of the opening rounds. Today, not the case.
Yeah, and actually a quick update, Smalley did drop to 2 under. So Scotty Scheffler, the only player on the course currently tied for the lead. Par 3 17th hole, still backed up here.
Little back up. You have players heading to 9T in front of us. Adam Scott just walking off the green on 17. So we'll get going here in a minute.
Joanna, tell Adam Scott to pick it up a little bit. I feel like you have told us 4 or 5 times now that we're waiting on Adam Scott.
I don't think it's his problem, but winds off the left, into off the left. I feel like I've said that a lot today. This is starting right and fading because of the wind.
Mark, that might be the first time we've seen Viktor Hovland miss with an iron to the right side.
Exactly. Yeah, just kind of guarding against kind of some of the misses he's had. What a demanding hole, though. 241 yards today. Guys are trying to fly at probably 225. So we're talking, a lot of these guys hitting 3 and 4 irons, maybe some clubs that require a head cover when they're not being used.
Speaking of head cover, Shane Lowry with the Laura Davies approach of making a tee with the turf. And this is a nice strike, left center of the green.
Come on.
It just sounded really well done there.
He was hoping to get it just a little further right to kind of catch that ridge. That's when you're greedy. When you hit a nice one, you're watching it in the air, you're just admiring it. And you're like, you know what? Why not? Why doesn't it catch that ridge and get a little closer to the hole? But he does not want that over again.
Another fairway medal in hand. Starting on a similar line to Shane, fading towards the hole.
Right at it, Joanna.
Well done.
A great opportunity for Colin Morikawa to get to 1 under par. And a crosswalk pause before they head to the green here at the 17th.
How much is Philly figured in the history of America? And golf? I am at liberty to say, and that says everything. My town has seen it all. Huge moments made possible by men determined to set a new course or tame an old one. Philly demands respect for all it stands for and everything it's seen. Inside stately buildings and on tricky fairways and greens, here where independence was declared, we the people are united by love of country, city, and this week, the PGA Championship.
Yeah, well said, Big Dom. I appreciate all his efforts, their voiceovers, vignettes this week. The NFL schedule release happening tonight, Mark. So the Philadelphia Eagles will find out who they play this year and when. As we take a look at the shots that have come into this par 3 17th hole today. 11 birdies and 85 pars. Colin Morikawa within 10 feet and an opportunity to make it a dozen birdies here today.
A great example of why he lives up there in the strokes gain approach numbers in the top 3 every single season except for 1 in his PGA Tour career.
Hovland with a extremely difficult chip here. Awkward slope right in front of him, has to navigate, probably hop before, up and down. That's well done.
You had to get up over that thing, and just once again the uncertainty of the lie of the rough. You just don't know exactly. These guys put an educated guess on it, not always spot on, and now he's going to have to rely on the putter. Boy, he's just grinded today, though. I mean, I really have been impressed by his composure and just his stick-to-itiveness today to just get what he can out of this round. Obviously, the swing hasn't felt great, but he's been able to kind of craft out 3 birdies, and boy, it'd be nice to roll in that par putt from about 12 feet.
Shouldn't be a lot of movement to Shane's putt here. There's a little bit of both. Uphill. Good opportunity from probably 35 feet.
For as frustrated as Shane Lowry was off the tee in the first 2 holes of his round, Mark, this could have gotten away from him really quickly. And you talked about Viktor Hovland's composure, as Shane Lowry throwing up his arms sarcastically. I've been impressed with Shane Lowry's composure as well. And, really, there was that, 10-hole stretch where he didn't miss a fairway after the first couple holes. And, he's had some misses, but he hasn't let them get the best of him.
Not at all. And you think about that par save at number 7. That was huge when he missed the green to the right. Disappointed in that, and he didn't really have a pitch to the hole. He pitched it over there about 30 feet from the hole and rolled in that putt. You saw the fist pump, and then a couple holes later was able to make that eagle at number 9. So yeah, he has hung in there very nicely, and certainly here on the, it's kind of right there, a couple shots behind the leaders.
Yeah, Viktor Hovland now 12 feet left to go. He has had 2 huge par saves on this side of the course, both nearly 16 feet in length, the 10th and the 12th. Does he have another long par save in him here at the 17th, Joanna?
Yes, left to right, definitely outside the hole here, probably at least a cup. Gave it a little too much respect on the high side.
Hit better putts this back 9. We saw some of the poles on the front 9, so whatever he's doing, at least he's getting it started on line a little bit better. So something to build on for tomorrow for Viktor.
I mentioned it earlier today. Putting inside 10 feet has not been Collins' bread and butter this year. And this one, 9 feet 6 inches.
It'd be nice to sneak in a 2 on a 220 plus par 3. Downhill, a little left to right.
And he does get that too.
Excellent.
This momentum builder at the end of the round for Colin Morikawa. Just the 12th birdie made here at the 17th today.
Man, huge there with that ball striking to be able to give himself that opportunity. You know, right there, hole's playing 3.2. He makes a 2, so he basically picked up a shot. 1.2 strokes on the field. Only about 0.4 from that putt. And then I guess about 0.6 on the putt and about 0.6 on that approach shot. Beautiful fairway metal to give himself that chance.
Easy does it for Shane Lowry with his par.
Yeah, 3's a good score at 17 today, no question about it.
And it'll be another frustrating bogey for Victor Hovland. Back to +3.
The dreaded reverse bounce back, make it a bogey after a birdie.
Okay. 6 bogeys today for Victor. As we head to the final hole of the round. Long par for 18th. And we will step aside one more time as our players look to finish off strong. It's been a beautiful day here at Aronimink.
Very good.
So the left and a fraction of a
Go, Shane!
It's a hole here at the 18th that you look at the scoring averages back in 2018, Mark, you know, really about a half a shot difference between guys who hit the fairway and guys who did not. Those who did, the scoring average was slightly under par. And those who missed the fairway, that like it appears Shane Lowry is about to do, played about a half shot over par. Oh no, actually he found the wide side of that left fairway.
Great tee shot there down the left side. Talking about strategically placed trees. This is a great one up on the right. Collins' tee shot probably be blocked out by this tree. I'm gonna head up there and take a peek.
That's a massive fairway, about 50 yards wide, but it's really, you're right, Joanna, about half as wide because you want to hit it down that left half of the fairway. Now Victor headed that way too, Joanna.
Yes, this looks like right rough. Gonna be very blocked out by trees, and let's see what the lie looks like with patchy rough on this side.
It's a lonely walk when things aren't going your way. Viktor Hovland, errant tee shot here at the 18th, and disgruntled to say the least. Take a look at our virtual lies and what the field has done today. And the green in regulation numbers. This is just a tough green to hit.
It sure is. Back up the hill, and you start coming from that right rough where Viktor Hovland is. It's near impossible. You got to do a little bit of a run up, but it's a long shot. And the tree's in the way. There's just so many elements going on. Viktor would take a 4 right now if someone would give it to him.
I think that could have been said for a lot of holes that he's played today. Taking a 4. Shane Lowry in the best position, avoiding that giant tree down the right-hand side. So he'll be coming at it from the left side of the fairway.
It's a type of course, Eric, where, without the numerous penalty areas like we see on some championship golf courses, there's not just that disaster hole. There's not a lot of double bogeys and others that we've seen today, and probably won't see for the rest of the week. It's more about stacking up bogeys that kind of really derail these rounds for these guys.
Well, that and the fact that, the birdie opportunities are so limited that, one bogey, depending on where you're at in the course, it could take you 3 holes until you're at your next opportunity to get that shot back. So there's so many more opportunities to make things worse than there are to make things better.
That's very true. Yeah, very demanding in that sense, and then that gets in between the ears for sure.
So Hovland has 202 here out of the rough. I'd say B+ lie. Not terrible, but again, this grand tree in front of him, I'm guessing he's going to go with a lowish scooter up there. The thing he has to be careful of is there is a bunker that pokes out about 50 yards short of the green, so he needs to be left of that and then has somewhat of a chance to scoot it up to the green. I don't think he can elevate this over the tree, especially because it's uphill as well. But with a right hole location, anything left, good chance to get up and down. Okay, he went left of the tree into left greenside bunker.
It's again the rough one. Just flip that club over.
Colin and Shane have 181. Colin's going to have to hit that stock cut of his, just kind of skirting the tree branches on the left, kind of start it at the TV tower and let the wind and his shot shape just bleed it to the whole location. Shane has a perfect angle from the left side of the fairway. But this shot should suit Colin's eye, I would think. Yep, starts just left of the tree branches, fading slightly. Excellent.
It did seem like he really liked that one, Joanna, but that's a pretty darn good shot from there.
I think he wanted a little more cut to it, but great shot. .181, perfect angle for Shane. Aggressive.
Ooh, it's good now. Whew. Yeah, exactly. Long day's work, and you're like, oh, I don't want another short-sided bunker shot to finish off my day. And instead, a good look at birdie inside of 20 feet. That's 13 of 18 greens for Shane today. 8 fairways hit. You know, the putter's been kind of lukewarm, so to speak. Hasn't really made anything to speak of. Hasn't missed any short ones, though, either.
It's just been a really steady round from him, and you know, you talked about it earlier, Mark. He has the misses have been in the right spot, and he has strategically, I think, of the 3 players we've watched today, gotten around this course the most efficiently. You know, he definitely hasn't had as many opportunities to score maybe as Colin Morikawa has, but I think at the end of the day, if you're reviewing your round, if you're Shane Lowry and his caddy, I'm sure they're going to be pretty happy with how they managed the golf course.
No question. I don't think they change anything. He's really gotten out of trouble nicely. He's certainly been a benefit of having some nice lies in the rough, too.
Nice lie for Victor Hovland here. Awkward length bunker shot. Lip's not too high. This might be a sand wedge, gap wedge, probably not a lob wedge from this distance.
Pretty sporty right there. That's a scary shot, 37 yards away to catch it that cleanly. And he didn't really take much time. He just kind of picked it, you know, like you said, Joanna, probably a gap wedge of some sort, and hit that same kind of shot that you would say a greenside bunker shot. Still hit maybe an inch, 2 inches behind the ball, whatever it might be for what the player thinks, and go from there. Inside 10 feet to make dinner taste a little sweeter. Yeah, and looking at scores, I mean, at the end of the day, we're probably going to have low 70 in ties this week, which is different than the PGA Tour, which is low 65 in ties. So that certainly could make a difference in the cut, but it's probably going to be in that 3 over range. Looks like we're going to have 70 players or so at 1 over par after today, so maybe 2 over, but usually this course starts to play a little bit more difficult as the week goes on, so maybe even 3 overs might sneak in.
So far, 3 under par has been the mark today. There are 5 players in the clubhouse with that score. 1 player out on the course at 3 under. That's Alex Smalley. Scotty Scheffler dropped back to 2 under par, 1 back of the lead.
This would make that cheesesteak taste a little bit better for Colin. Uphill in the beginning, going to just slide to his right ever so slightly.
Really nice speed once again. Gave it a great chance on the high side. Going to pick up about a shot total in terms of strokes gained putting, including birdieing 17 there coming in. Just a 3 misses in that 5 to 10 foot range were the only reason that it wasn't better than that. His speed was fantastic. Not a single 3-putt today. All in all, a great start for the guy looking for his 3rd major championship title.
And his 2nd PGA Championship after winning in his debut in 2020. Never got lower than 1 under par, and that's where he finishes his round. 34 out, 35 in, 69 total for Collin Morikawa. Now Shane Lowry, who danced at -2 for -2 for a couple holes, like to get back there, 1 shy of the lead.
This one should actually move to his right. There's going to be some influence off that bunker. One of these, it's hard to trust because rule of thumb with Donald Ross back to front, but you do have some significant slope off that bunker on his left shoulder, so should slide a little right.
Get in there. Oh! Shane Lowry, a birdie at 18.
There we go. Nice way to end it.
Little victory lap there.
Saw every inch of the cut, the cup, I should say.
Really nice stroke, really good speed. Was probably going to go about a foot past if it didn't go in. Oh, that feels so good.
So Lowry finishes 1 back of the leaders with an eagle at 9 and a birdie at 18. That's how you finish your 1st and 2nd 9s here at Aronimink.
Should be inside the hole. Inside left.
Victor deserves this one.
Not to be.
Kind of that day. He fought so hard, got himself back to 2 over with that birdie at 16, and then the finish. If he can roll this one in with back-to-back bogeys, certainly is a tough one to take, but he can come out tomorrow, and something under par will probably get him to the weekend.
Four over on the round for Viktor Hovland. As that wraps up our feature group today. Shane Lowry, the man of the hour with his birdie at 18, finishes at 2 under par. Collin Morikawa 1 under, and Viktor Hovland 4 over 74. Well, we appreciate everybody joining us. Joanna, get some rest. Enjoy those lessons you're teaching in the morning, and we'll see you back here tomorrow afternoon.
Sounds great.
Hopefully everyone will be joining us as well. More featured group coverage tomorrow. And the 2nd round of the 108th PGA Championship. For Joanna Coe and Mark Wilson, I'm Eric Rothman saying so long. We will see you tomorrow as we move closer to crowning a PGA champion.